It's Sunday, my beans. Can we get a hi? That was a long one. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? I hope we are all doing good. Howdy. Happy Sunday to you, wonderful and fantastic Beanie Beans. Let's get that updated there. Move that a bit. Seem to have knocked things all over the shop. How are we all doing? I hope we're all doing well, and happy Sunday to you all. What have we all been getting up to? And yeah, how are we all doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Oh, it is, of course, Sunday, which means that we are going to be cracking on today with more of our Mangler Squig. And then we are going to be doing the GW Sunday announcements at 6 PM. And, of course, we are going to be doing the Sunday showcase from about 6:30 onwards, which is where we show off your awesome minis from the community. Remember, if you want to get those in, jump on into the Discord and post them in the Sunday showcase section, or hit !Sunday in the chat, just like Verity just did. Thank you so much. How are we all diddly doing? I hope we're doing well. Remember, it's not just minis, it's any finished projects you've been getting up to. We've had crafts, paintings, digital art, minis, Legos in there before, so I'm excited to see what people have been doing this week. Natman redeeming the first. Natman. How are we doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Verity, hello to you. Everybody's redeeming their daily beans. But what do these daily beans mean? Maybe there's a secret hidden thing about these beans. Who knows? Palm, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you are doing well. And that man is off to an awesome start. You were on screen for 3 seconds and Twitch froze up. Oh no! Wait, is that just for you or is that for everybody? Now I'm like, like, please tell me that's just for you. Fine for me. Okay, cool. Mad panic. I was like, it's like, oh no, the panic has set in. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. But yeah, I hope we're all doing good and we're all doing fantastic. I feel like I have one bean but a 17 streak. I feel I missed out there. We've been doing the beans, yeah, since the start of January. It was a new thing. I've been wanting for ages to put the beans into place, but I couldn't quite figure out how to do it, and then we figured it out. So I was like, yeah. So we got the bean counting now. But it's fine. There'll be something for who has the most beans throughout the year. There'll be a little something, summon. And I'm excited to see who has beans. And so just remember to claim them every stream. Who knows? You can sneak on ahead. You should have been better. Oh, Verity coming on in there. Was that an unsolicited dad joke from you, Verity and Cakes? Whoa. But yeah, how is everybody doing? I hope we're all doing well. What are we all getting up to today? We are, of course, today going to be working on this little beauty right here. Squiggerini. Little squiggerini right here. And what we're going to be working on, and hopefully we're at the point now where we're blocking in all the various colours. So my goal by the end of today is I would like to have the yellows, the greys, and starting on the goblins to get those colours blocked in before we start doing the black lining. That's my hope. And of course, what is this all in aid of? It is in aid of the fantastic Miniatures for Mind, which is our annual charity event where we raise money for the amazing mental health charity Mind. And as of Friday's stream, if you guys haven't seen the post about it, I put up on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and stuff. We hit a massive threshold, which means that we have now raised over £5,000 as a community for charity. That is insane. We have raised over £5,000 in our lifetime. That means we are above the average of £1,000 a year since we've been doing fundraising, which is absolutely bonkers. So that's all you lot. That's for our 2 chosen charities, which are always Mind and Cancer Research UK. 2 causes very near and dear to my heart, and obviously very much to the communities as well, because you guys have raised so much money for them. So massive shout out and award for you lovely beans, because that's all you lot. Yeah, I feel like I want to update the hype emote to put the hype command to put some other bits in there, because we've now got the new little animated. I feel like they also need to be in there. Oh. I'm at work, but I have a direwolf Ursarax with me. Nice, unless my boss is watching, in which case I'm here. I'm not even here in chat. Nothing to see. Move along. In In fact, I'm probably at a concert with Maggots and Book, and that did really make me laugh. The fact it was not Man is what really had me laughing so much. It was so funny. Oh. Where are we at? Let's just get the... Yeah, let's get the hype command updated, shall we? We can put some new things in here. Let me get this updated in the background. And... Let's copy that. Ooh. I want to get that hype command updated. Woo. If that works. Okay, I think I've now updated the hype command. So we should have a new little thing on there, which would be really fun. I feel like I also should update the excited. Yeah, look at that! It's a little celebration. That's so cute. Yeah, she's so cool. Cozy Witch, welcome on in. Oh my lordy, hello, hello. Cozy Witch. Welcome, hello everybody, hello. My lord, welcome on in, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, thank you so much for the follows as well, everybody. How are you doing? Hello. Welcome. How are we doing? Can we get Disco Star Wars? You did indeed. You did get Disco Star Wars. How are you doing, Cozy Witch? All right.
Let's see what we've got.
I love the alert boxes going like, woo! How are we all doing? Welcome. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's see what we've got.
Thank you for doing the shout out, Modern Rudies, as well. Thank you so much. You what were you please? What were you getting up to? You doing makers and crafting? I'd love to know what you were doing. Corvus sent us in your direction. It's lovely to meet you. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. And thank you so much, Corvus. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for the follows. Welcome. So many alerts. Hello. For anyone who hasn't been here before, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lewis. This is Hobbytime at Healys. And we are a mini painting channel that is all about staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. We're all about spreading that positivity through what we do.
Excuse me.
Thank you so much for gifting Cozy Witch a sub. Thank you so much, Anonymous. That's incredibly kind of you. And thank you so much for the follows, everybody. But yes, we are all about... It's just there every time it goes on, makes me chuckle. Yeah, we are all about just being, spreading the awesome positivity that we do in the mini painting community and just things like that. That's what we're all about. We're actually just in the middle of doing our annual charity event where we raise money for the mental health charity Mind.
I'm home.
We have currently raised £420.69, which is amazing, and we were just celebrating that as of Friday's stream, we have now raised over £5,000 in total for charity. Which is, as a community, which is absolutely insane. So that is currently what we are celebrating today.
All right.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the follows. Welcome. I would love to know more about you, Cozy Witch. What do you get up to today? You're doing needle felting and cozy chatting. That's amazing. That is absolutely awesome. What were you needle felting for? And if you have any pictures or anything like that on you or whatever, let me know. It feels a shame to ruin that, but I know. It's kind of like 420.69 is such a good number. We're like, wait a minute. Whoever donates now is like, I gotta ruin the number. But yes. Irish Juicy Nerd, how are you doing? It's hello and goodbye. I'm on my way home from visiting my girlfriend. I need to keep an eye on the tram stops. Lovely to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for coming on in. And everybody, thank you so much for all the follows. Recreations by Remus, Andrew Niles Music, JR Plays Games, Joe Sakura, Cozy Witch, Fredster, Kerry L Creative, Selston Votani, Green Eco Scene, and Solaris Arts. Thank you so much. We've apparently kicked off a hype train. So much going on. But yes, we are currently doing our big fundraiser. The way we're doing it at the minute is every pound donated adds to a big marathon stream that we do at the end of February. So it adds a minute to the timer, and there's certain thresholds to boost that and things as well. We've got raffles and giveaways, we've got stickers, and we're currently painting a model up, which is this Mangala Squig here from Warhammer, which we are currently working on painting up, and we're going to make it all comic style, so kind of like cell shaded, so kind of give you an idea of what that's going to look like. It's going to kind of look something like this. Sort of comic style, almost Borderlands-esque. Is what we're going to kind of do to the Squig. But yeah, but welcome everybody. Yeah, like I said, we're all about positivity and mini painting here. We are a family-friendly adjacent stream, so if the auto mod is a bit overzealous with the swearing, that's why. Yeah, we kind of keep it PG-13. It's kind of the way to go. So just as an FYI on that one. I feel like I'm just like but thank you so much for the raid, Squig. I love me a Squig. Oh, should we show off the Squig? Hold on, let me jump over to this screen here, and I'll show off the Squig a bit more. We do love some Squigs. There we go. Hi, I'm over here now. Yeah, so we've been doing the blocking colours on this at the moment. So we've been doing it in Mind's charity colours, because we also have a competition going at the moment for all of February. For if you're painting up a mini, if you paint it up in blue and white, which is Mind's charity colours, there's a competition where there's a first, second, and third place prize, which will be decided by the community for who's best interpreted the theme. But yeah, we've still got a long way to go, but it's been good to try and get the areas blocked in. And then we're going to have to sit and do like kind of like the black lining to kind of make it like similar to this sort of style. Is what we got to get through. So we're going to have a load of fun. Oh, it is such a good cover. I just realised actually the alert thing is covering the colours. Where are we at? There we go. Is anything from the Vitamin String Quartet is such good. I always find such good music because it's just like they cover stuff so fantastically. But yeah, to kind of show you a little bit more about what we get up to here. So it is anonymous. Oh my lord, £80 to mine. What? Ah! That is insane. Thank you so much for donating £80 to Mind. That is both amazing and horrifying because I now have to do one of the worst forfeits I have to do. But thank you so much. That is fantastic. And thank you for the follow, Hog and Dice. Oh, good lord. That is an insane donation. Thank you so much. That goes to so much support to Mind. It's absolutely a crazy amount. So every single £10 donation that goes to Mind ensures that somebody answers the phone when someone needs help. So that's what every single £10 does. There's so many other thresholds. I'm trying to remember what they all are off the top of my head. My brain's gone to blah right now. Every £50 donated keeps side-by-side sessions open for people, which means that somebody will be there if somebody needs to drop in and speak to someone, whether it's help for kind of like just general help if people are struggling with their mental health, things if they're struggling with like work queries and things like that, which is absolutely insane. And of course, every £120 helps keeps the legal helpline, a specialist on that legal helpline, open for over an hour. So that means that constantly, sorry, not over an hour, for a full day. It means that full day, somebody is there to answer the phone and help with those queries. So you guys have done an insane amount. Thank you so much. That is insane. Oh, and Corvus has done Eat the Beans. Thank you so much to that. That is an insane. Thank you such a generous donation. And for every single £100 we get, we're adding more forfeits and more prizes to raffle off as well. That we're going to do during the big marathon stream. So far, one of the forfeits that was unlocked is the classic Bean Boozled. Which means that I've now got to eat a Bean Boozled bean, so you guys get to see this. I have got a terrible ratio so far of this, which means every single time I've had one of them so far has basically been, I think I've had 2 nice ones versus 6 or 7 bad ones. Oh no. Oh no. It's still 6-2, Corvus. 6 bad ones versus, oh no. Oh no. This is either... I think this is dead fish or strawberry and banana. Oh, the dead fish is horrible. It might be peach or bath. I'm not looking forward to this. I'm not looking forward to this. The Bean Boozled bean. Oh. It was peach! Yes! A good one! Yes! Oh, that's really tasty. 6-3. We're 6-3 at this point, which is good. Hell yeah. Oh, the beans have been bad. Really rough beans so far. So that is fantastic. That is absolutely brilliant. Yes. But it does mean now that we have hit the £500, the forfeit has unlocked, where I have to eat a bounty. Now, this may not sound like much of a forfeit, but there is no chocolate bar or sweets or candy or anything that I despise more than a bounty. Both the texture, the flavor, the chocolate quality. This is gonna be horrifying that I have to eat a bounty. Oh no! Oh, I'm not looking forward to eating a bounty. I know the way Verity is. My wonderful wife is already like, right, I'll get it out. We'll put it at room temperature because that's what people want. It's just not great. I don't like bounties. Gimme, I'll take one for the team. I'm like, you can have it. I like coconut, but there's something about bounties where it just tastes like chewing paper from a texture point of view, and just I feel like it doesn't taste like real coconut. It just tastes like so fake and artificial. It's like, what's this? Then hobby tops of celebrations for events. Whenever we do like a big like friends come round at Christmas, we literally have a pile, like a bowl full of here are all the coconut chocolates out of our quality streets and celebrations. Like, here, you guys take these. You take them all. Oh. But yes, oh, I can't believe we hit £500. That's crazy. That's such an amazing amount. That is wonderful. I mean, wait, does that take us through to the... Wait, hold on a minute. Does that take us through to our lifetime? I'm trying to see what we raised lifetime-wise. Where does that take us to? Because I think... Where's my thing gone? That means that we have, as a community, raised $6,950 for charity. Just to put it in freedom units, as people call it, in dollars. That's crazy. That is insane. That's how much we raised. We always do two charity events a year. We do one in February, which is our Miniatures for Mind, and one in October, which is our Pinktober event, where it's all for Cancer Research UK. So, like, between those two campaigns, you guys have raised nearly $7,000 for charity. That's insane. That's a lot of doll hairs. That's a whole lot of doll hairs. Hey, Prom, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Rasmus, how are you? I hope you're doing well. But that's crazy. That's mad. My brain is just like, boom. That is wonderful. I used to hate bounties due to not liking coconut. That's it. I don't mind like coconut if I'm having it in like a curry or something like that, or using it in cooking. Just bounty coconut. It's another level of like that. But yeah, oh, which is wild. Which means that I have to when Verity at some point when it gets to room temperature, my wonderful wife is gonna walk in here with a bounty and go, "Good luck." I feel like she's gonna pass it to me on like and tongs because it's like neither of us like it. Let me just open up my wet palette. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I completely forgot. I was like, what have we got? Just to show you. Oh wait, I just realised anonymous. Oh, I know it was an anonymous donation. I was gonna say for every donation we've been putting hearts in this shadow box frame. We've been writing people's names on them and how much they've donated. So I will put an anonymous one in here for you. For whoever that wonderful anonymous donator was. That was an insane amount of money. Thank you so much. That's phenomenal. That's such a wow. Dives into pile of bounties. I regret nothing. That's it. Yeah, we wanted to do a big keepsake for this, so this will sit then behind us on the wall as the shadow box with all the hearts. We just thought it would be really, really wholesome just to keep track of all the amazing things people have done. I'll try and grab one of these hearts. I will put anonymous. We'll pop you in. Let's do purple. Oh. And that is a whopping donation of £80, which is phenomenal. And on £80. And we'll put a big old stickeroonie on here. Pop that on. Ooh. And let's pop this in here. Ooh, that was a little bit laggy on the camera there. There we go. So we're hoping, yeah, I will see how much we can get this filled up to then go on the shelf, which is going to be amazing. But that's thank you so much. That's a wonderful, super wholesome donation amount. Thank you so much. Oh, stickers are the best. They are indeed. We have some fun stickers that you can claim as well if you, for anyone donating, if they want to get themselves some fun stickers. We have a bunch of our mind emotes as stickers, which have been created by the wonderful Verity and Cakes in the chat. She's made pretty much all of our emotes, and we love the fact that we can spread that love. You can see them dotted around the stream. So we've got the one here, which is the love emote with the mind squiggle on it. You have the milkshake cat with the mind emote. That's our cat Milkshake. Wherever he is, he may make an appearance soon. And our little miniatures for mind flag as well. And it's just a lovely set of stickers. Which is, I'm really excited to get those sent out to people. Excuse me. Oh. But yes, let me clear off some areas in case the cat decides to make an appearance. But yeah, how are you all doing though? What have you all been getting up to? And again, Cozy Witch, thank you so much. And thank you so much for bringing your community here. It's so much wonderful cozy vibes. But yeah, I was kind of we do paint a lot of random silliness here as well, talking about like spreading positivity with minis. One of the things that we're I probably would say infamously known for is our slight fascination with painting Jar Jar Binks. So we've got so we love a little bit of a crossover. So this is Rabute Gunganman right here. If you which is just yeah, one of our more infamously known models. We do our best to bring the cozy vibes. You have succeeded hugely. Thank you so much. This is our Rabute Gunganman, Misa Lord Regent of the Imperium Okide. Misa got a big boomba flaming sword. We also have we have invaded Age of Sigmar as well with our Jar Jar, with Jardas Steel Soul right here doing a classic superhero landing. We have had a lot of fun putting Jar Jar Binks randomly into Warhammer models. We also have not just limited it to Warhammer models. There is the first ever before I had the 3D print website that we have now, where we sell loads of amazing prints from wonderful artists. When I first got into the hobby, I had a very cursed first print that went horribly wrong, and I decided to paint it up as a reminder of like improvements. So this was that mini. This is Char Char Binks. That was a horrendously bad, failed 3D print, as you can tell. But it's just so wholesome. It's just Char Char Binks right here. It's just like what started off our strange Jar Jar Binks obsession. Oh, what else have we got over here? I'm trying to think what else we've got. We of course have our classic baked beans as well right here. Our baked bean cast. This is one of our bean cast Eternals. Oh yes. Totally interrupted by Thor and Silly because as a target practice my archery cast, the first target that was done had Jar Jar Binks on it, and it became a very goofy competition. We got a free coffee afterwards for succeeding on the targets. Poor Jar Jar, not Jar Jar. No, we do love our Jar Jar Binks. A little crochet Jar Jar. We have a little crochet Jar Jar. And we have a large crochet Jar Jar as well. Where has he gone? I can get him. We also have a large crochet Jar Jar. we do love our Jar Jar Binks. Oh. Hey, Scrot, welcome on in. How are you doing? Redeeming the dad jokes. No, not the dad jokes. Oh, good lordy. Will they go through or will they get cancelled? That's the debate, isn't it? Ooh. I feel like these are going to go through. I hope everyone's ready for some terrible dad jokes. And at some point, I'll pick up a paintbrush, I promise. Oh. Where are we at? Do. And I can hear Milkshake the cat meowing slightly, so I reckon he's trying to make an appearance. So I'm just clearing his little pillow area for when he wants to come on in. How are you doing, Scrot? I hope you're doing well. Milkshake the cat. Milkshake is our cat. Yes, Milkshake is our wonderful cat. We let me tell you what. Let me go grab him, and then we'll read off the dad jokes. Hold on a second. Let me grab him. He is our wonderful little kitty. Where are we? Let's pop this over here. Hello, come on in. Hello. You wanted to say hi to everyone? Yeah. Oh. This is Milkshake. This is our cat Milkshake. he's a loud big boy. Yeah. Let's pop him down. Oh, did you want more fusses? He's a lovely loud big boy. Let me if I switch back over here, I'll turn his special camera on. There he is. Hello. Yeah, this is Milkshake the cat. He got his nickname because when we at the start, so we just moved house about a week before lockdown and COVID started, and what basically happened was this little guy wandered into our back garden and was very meowy, and we couldn't see a collar on him or anything, so we gave him some food. So we gave him like a little tub of scrambled eggs because we didn't have any cat food. The next day, he came back with 3 other cats. So the joke was Milkshake brought all the cats to the yard. And then it turned out that all the other cats had owners, except for this little guy. Looked at his owner, had lived in the house next door, but then had moved away and just not taken him, which was heartbreaking. So we got him to trust us a little bit, and then managed to take him to the vets to get like microchipped, scanned, and various things. We got in touch with the previous owner and said, did you want him? And they just ignored us and blocked us on social media. So we went, okay, we now have a cat. And that was, cool, that was over 6 years ago now, nearly 6 years ago. And he's 13 years old. He's very loud and opinionated. And we love him. There we go. There's loud and opinionated right there. He's a right little affectionate little guy. He loves fusses so much. He loves fusses. And yeah, I remember when he wanted to join. Well, the first time he ever slept in the house was quite chaotic. Though, let me get the big camera and show you. You can get a better shot of him. There he is. Hey, buddy. So, yeah, I remember when he, the first time he sort of slept in the house overnight, he basically just wandered in one day, and we'd managed to flee and worm him, so we weren't fussed if he came in the house, but he'd never, like, gone up on the furniture or anything like that at all. He just basically kind of walked in, sat in the kitchen, and then, then left, and he would always sleep somewhere else at night. We never quite sure knew where. And then one day, he just came in one day and jumped up on the armrest of the armchair and fell asleep and slept right the way through till about 9 in the morning. So I had to sleep downstairs on the sofa because I was worried, what if he woke up and he freaked out and he wasn't sure where he was. And in the morning, he went out. He went outside. He spent the day outside doing his normal stuff. And then at night, he came back and slept in the exact same spot. Hey, is that little Jar Jar? And he did that for about a week. And then eventually, after a week, I stopped sleeping downstairs. I was like, all right, I'll let him come upstairs. Well, I'll sleep upstairs. And then in the middle of the night, I just felt this on my chest, and that is still his favourite place to sleep at night. He's such a wholesome little guy. We love him so much. And so many pets here from Corvus as well. They're giving you all the pets. And that's Milkshake's origin story. No, boop. Oh no, he just wants head scratches. He's such a little cutie. We love him so much. He's whoop. But yeah, he got diagnosed earlier this year with osteoarthritis in his hips. So he's doing really good with his exercises now. Last year he got diagnosed with it. I keep forgetting we've gone to 2026. So we had a whole a period of time where he couldn't really walk about, and now he's just running around like an idiot all the time again. So the meds are working, which is good. Hello. This little guy is so cute. Welcome on in, Green. How are you doing? This is the quietest I think he's ever been. I'm like, why are you being quiet, little buddy? Why are you being quiet right here? Oops. But yeah. He's normally such a loud boy. I know what he's trying to do though. He's trying to get onto the desk. His favorite thing to do is to sleep. Try and sleep on the desk where I'm painting, and then his tail inevitably goes into the wet palette of all the paints. Hello, little buddy. He knows I've got a bag of treats in here. That's what he's waiting for. I've got a bag of bonkers, the catnip ones that he loves. Yeah, he's such a handsome guy. Must see you, kitten. I may have summoned a few people to come with me, Milkshake. Yeah, look at all these people come to see you, little buddy. Look at everybody here. Hello. See, that's already such a huge improvement. For about a month before he was on his meds, he couldn't even do that with his back paw, so he's doing so good. Oh, you don't want to boop you? Boop. I'm so happy you must be able to. I'm so happy to be able to meet Milkshake. He's such a little cutie. We do love him so much. Cat's head nuzzles and bumps are my favourite. He was making the little pink. I was making a little pink cat stream today. I had a fact of the day about cat. Ooh, cat facts. I love cat facts. Oh, he's so affectionate today. Well, he's like this every day. But today he just seems extra affectionate. Are you going to bite me? He's just rubbing his face. Oh, he looks like he's shy. He's like, no, not the camera, no. You're never shy about the camera, are you, buddy? Oh, look at this little affectionate guy. He looks so much like my childhood cat. Oh. We've got the Milkshake snack POV. Oh, it's like he knew. Are you ready for snacks? Okay, so this is what we call the Milkshake snack POV that Corvus has redeemed. So I hope you guys are ready for this. This is gonna be fun. So hold on one second. I've got to flip the camera, put it on ultra wide. Okay, so this is where have I put his bag of snacks? Hey, buddy. Oh, wait, where are his bag of snacks? Are they in here? Hold on, 1 second. Yeah, are the bonkers out there, Verity? I thought they were in here. Oh, wait, no, I've got him. Right, this is the Milkshake snack POV. Oh, he's ready. Are you ready for this, little buddy? Are you ready for some snacks? This would be your life if your milkshake's food bowl.
Got soup.
Thank you for the biddies. What a great blurb. Yes, that is his air tag. So he was forever losing his collars. So we decided to try and put an air tag on his collar, and then now it's actually really useful for when he just hides around the house, which is really fun. It's like he starts hiding around the house, and we're literally like, "Where have you gone?" Put that a bit closer to you. That bit better. Because he likes to... He's not an I fits, I sits cat. He doesn't like sit in boxes. He likes to just hide under things and take up so much room. Yeah, he definitely has a whole another dimension he disappears off to. So like he'll like sleep like the at one point we couldn't find him for a while because he fell asleep under the Kallax unit. So like our IKEA Kallax unit was on legs, and he just went underneath it and fell asleep under it. And I was like, "What are you doing?" He's having a great time. No more. Careful, little buddy. Okay, a couple more. He's not a cat. He is a flirkin. How are you doing, Azzachan? This is definitely worth the points, isn't it? Milkshake POV. It's just the nom nom. It's when he goes back down for the sniff is the cutest little thing. Ooh. He's like he's nose booping you all. Okay, last one, little buddy. Just because you had a whole lot of these. Yeah, that enough? Okay, one more. One more for you. You can't have... I mean, they're catnip and cheddar ones. So I feel like he's going to go a little bit zoomies nuts. Good, thank you for blessing us with this today. That's it. That's it. Corvus knew the plan. Corvus was like, "I'm going to introduce you to Milkshake. That's why we're coming over here." More Milkshake, probably. You enjoy that? He looks so betrayed that there's not more there. You okay? I mean, I've got to clean the camera because it's completely covered in slobber. Such good munch crunching. He has such a lovely big round head. I love a big cat. He is a big cat. He's a large boy. Like when we go and cat sit for one of our friends, like I feel like I forget that Milkshake is a large cat. I mean, like, I've got like an aunt who has like a Maine Coon, so like that's a really big cat. But like whenever I go and see a normal cat, I'm like, oh, Milkshake is big. He's like somewhere in the middle. I'm not sure where it comes from. He must have something in his genealogy that makes him large. Because he's a big boy. Yeah, all done. All out snackies for you now. You've had definitely more than your daily portion. You should apparently have only had 12, and I'm pretty sure I just gave you about 20. He looks so sad about it. Oh, little guy. Hold on, I'll pick him up so you can kind of see him for scale. Oh, so you can see him. It gives me time to clean my camera then. Hold on, I'll pick him up so you can be like, rude portioning. I know, right? I'm not feeling so great at the moment, so I'm going to have a light lurk for the time being. No worries, see you lots. I hope you feel better soon. I'm going to pull the camera back. Yeah, if I pick him up, it kind of shows... Wait! Having moon pie is now clear to me that Smokey is a big boy. Wait, you have a second cat, Prom? What is this? Here, buddy. Ooh. Yeah, I think I forget, like, he's large. Whoa. Hey, buddy. Ah! He's a big boy. Come on in, down you go. he's a big old kitty. I think I forget that sometimes about him. Let me just get rid of so you can see him. Hello. There he is. There's this little place he loves to sit and chill. Hello. You're the reason everybody's here. I know it, you know it. Yeah, I found like a new tickly spot where if I scratch him on the back of his neck under his collar, his back leg is like I have to scratch. Boop. Hey. Whoa, whoa, you being spicy. You give me 5? No, he doesn't want to give me 5 now. Oh. I think that the large cat, because I've convinced myself that I could actually make friends with the tiger, which actually my community theory is that I'll probably die trying to pat a bear. That's kind of it. It's like, how would you die? Fuzzy. But if not, if it doesn't want pets, why if not friendly, why friend-shaped? That's the logic, right? Hey, buddy. He looks so mortified that there's no more snacks. Oh, he's like, I'll resign myself to laying down. There you go. But we did have dad jokes to read out, actually. I just remembered. Where are we at? So we have a dad joke. What date are we on today? It's the 15th of February, and the joke today is... Why was the superhero the one to flush the toilet? Because it was his duty. That's such a bad dad joke. The other ones we've got are... Let us please all take a minute to remember the boiled water. It will be missed. The dad jokes today. Woo! This is a Valentine's related one. 2 pickles were in love, and one turned to the other and said, "You mean a great dill to me." What else we got? What else we got here? I took my kids the other day to see the new Pirates of the Caribbean film, but we were turned away because it was rated R. Oh, that's what it was. What else we got? Why did the grape buy guitars for all of his friends? Because he really wanted to jam. My email password was hacked yet again. That's the 5th time I've now had to rename my dog. Oh, that's actually quite a good one, that one was. What else we got? Yesterday my potted plant... hold on, let's move this up here. Yesterday my potted plant fell on my head. I only have my shelf to blame. Where are we at? What else we got here? For some reason, I can never seem to make reservations at the local library. They're always completely booked. There we go. That was your dad jokes there for you. I feel some of them are pretty good. Some were good. Some were terrible. How you doing, little buddy? Oh, Milkshake here, one of the Squitches. And look at the little sticker version of him. Look at this little thing. Yeah. Let's switch this back over. Right. Get your little camera on him. There he is. Oh, he's shy now from the camera. You're never shy. Oh man, this music is now making me want to play Hollow Knight again. Such a good game. It is very good. I'm kind of experiencing Hollow Knight for the first time at the minute. Because I came to playing it very, very late. but I'm very much enjoying what I'm playing so far. Well, nearly break time. Is it nearly break time? We haven't been live for 2 hours yet, have we? Making me panic then. Is it nearly break time? So we are. Nearly an hour. We're all good. We only took the extra hours the other day just because Verity wasn't feeling too well, so I had to go check on her and make sure she was still breathing. I was panicking then. I was like, all right. Let's get this set up. Let me grab a glove. Hey, newbie, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Afternoon all. A little late as I was doing some different hobby stuff today, setting up my new server lag rag. No worries. That is awesome. How are you doing, my friend? Remember, a wizard is never late. They always arrive exactly when they're mean to. Right, lunchtime, I'll be lurking. Thank you for introducing us to Milkshake and for such a warm welcome. Looking forward to hanging out again sometime and have a great stream. Thank you so much, Cozy Witch. If any of my mods are floating about, could we please give another shout out to Cozy Witch for raiding on over and bringing such a wholesome and wonderful community over. And please go and check them out if you haven't done so. And thank you so much for coming over. And it means the world. Thank you so much. And thank you, of course, for recommending us. Thank you very much for doing that shout out. I don't know if I should be proud or disappointed at those dad jokes. How are we, Shrimp? I hope you're doing well. How are you all doing? Milkshake little pets. Right. Let's crack on with some painty, I think. Right. Where did we get to the other day? Oh, we were working on these pinks, weren't we? And I needed to add in a much brighter pink tone to some of these. We did the hot pink, we did the cyan and the neo pink, and then we had the cyber pink that we needed to put on. But yeah, how are we all doing? I hope we're all doing good. But how are you doing today, everybody? I hope we're all doing well. What will we all been getting up to so far? So we are currently blocking in more pinks and various colours on here to get the cell shading ready to pop. It's kind of like almost over exaggerating in the blocking, which is good fun. The plan for today is to hopefully, if we get through it, is to have most of these colours blocked out. I'd like to try and start the black cell shading very soon. I don't know when that's going to happen though. We've got to get all of this done first. But we're definitely getting closer. Dad jokes are slowly fixing my ailment. Doing good. Gonna be doing some lurking and cleaning. Trying to build my wolf scouts and couldn't find anything last night. Oh no! But awesome that you got hold of your wolf scouts. Which is very cool. Right. So let's start on the browns next. Ooh. It's the pink mostly finished off. Actually, to be fair, I might do the green on the lips first. Let's go with a green wash. A nice green wash first. And a delightful model to paint. Is this from AOS or Old World? This is an Age of Sigmar model. So it is the Mangala Squigs from the Gloomspite Gits. And thank you for the hydrate, newbie. A reminder for all, as I just realised I haven't had a drink today. Newbie! Drink yourself some water. But yeah, this is from the Mangala Squigs from Age of Sigmar. I've got the box down here, I think. Yeah, these guys right here. It's my first time working on them. It can either be built as the Mangala Squig or a Loon Boss on Mangala Squig. Which is good fun. But I'm enjoying working on them so far. And just a really enjoyable model to paint up. I feel like at some point I'm hoping one of them will land in Old World. Like, it'd be cool to get the Squigs in there. I feel like the main army from Old World I'm kind of tempted by at the minute is either Cathay or Tomb Kings. I think could be fun. But I haven't dove into Old World as yet. Just gonna put this green wash on here. Kind of using the wash to mark the shadows for me to make it a bit easier. But yeah, I'd love to know what is everybody working on today hobby-wise. And of course, it is Sunday, which means there will be a Games Workshop announcement for what's going up for pre-order next week. What do we think we're going to see? I kind of feel like, speaking of Old World, I'm kind of hoping we're going to see the Cathay reinforcements they announced back in November. Because it's been a while waiting for those. That's kind of all we're waiting on for that, I think. Slightly more selfishly, I would love it to be the new Custodes. Because I am very excited about doing those as a project. They were such a fun army for me during 8th edition 40k. I would love to dive in and play those in Heresy. Would be a blast. Still got a fair few of my old Custodes models, but the fact that all the vehicles are now going to be in plastic is so cool. Yeah, what's everybody else thinking and predicting that we might see on pre-order this week? Well, next week. I think Heresy, Custodes, or Myrmidons, but my money would be on the Custodes. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think we are definitely missing these Cathay reinforcements, though. 100%. Squats! I predict the squats. I predict the squats. I feel like if they do drop squats, Rusty, you're going to be 100% like this. That's going to be you, like, excited, excited. And, right, I've got the browns. Just trying to grab my colours over here. I almost feel like, even though I've got the XL Studio palette, I feel like my palette is still too big. It's not big enough for me to put all my colours on it that I want to use. Let's go with a brown wash. Do I have one floating around here? Malmud, that'll be nice. Good afternoon, Anubis. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you are doing well today, my friends. So I'm going to go around and paint in all the leather areas with this wash. Put a little drop off. There it is. Down. Doop. Doop. Drop of medium in there. Oh, little sleepy shakeums. Giving his paw a little clean. He's like, hey, too many dreamies. The catnip's kicking in now. Too many bonkers. Still got to figure out what colour to do these spikes on these leather areas. I'm kind of thinking either the gold or the silver of the metal. Maybe one of them, I'm just not quite sure which one. The main thing realising as I'm going through this now is how many areas I've missed whilst painting. Doing well, thanks. Hopefully stream's going well so far. It is, thank you. It's been going wonderful so far. We had a wonderful raid from a brand new community, which is great. Introduced loads of wonderful people. That was from the awesome Cozy Witch, so go and check them out if you haven't done so. And we had a whopping donation taking us to our £500 goal for raising money for Mind. It's been absolutely lovely so far. Plus, we got to give Milkshake lots of treats on camera, which is always a bonus, right? He's always happy when he gets treats. But I'm glad your day is going well so far. Also, I'm glad it's going good. We were just chatting then about what do we think we're going to see announced on the Sunday pre-order announcement from GW. I'm kind of hoping it's going to be the Cathayan reinforcements we're waiting for Old World. Well, it's also kind of waiting for kind of secretly hoping, not so secretly hoping for all the custodies. Yeah, just making plenty of progress on this little chappy here. I feel everyone's gearing up, ready for, at some point during this stream, I need to eat a bounty, which I'm not looking forward to. We have hit the £500 goal, which means I have to now eat a bounty. Which sounds like not so much of an issue, except for there is no chocolate bar I despise more than a bounty. The things I do. It's like, no. And a leather strap down here. Hopefully some Old World or AOS stuff. Yeah, I feel like, well, there was actually, speaking of AOS stuff, did we all see the Valentine's Day announcement for Sylvaneth? With the new Guardian of the Grove model they announced for Sylvaneth. Thought it looked fantastic. Absolutely beautiful. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think that we're due some Old World stuff at some point. I kind of get the impression Old World is ramping up to something large. So yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to lurk for a bit and have a power nap, so you're safe from the bounty for a bit longer. That's fair. I know, it is a bounty. We have hit the £500 scrot, which means I am going to have to eat the bounty today on stream. I'm so not looking forward to this. I'm not looking forward to this at all. I just really dislike them. This is where it turns out the other way around. I eat it and I'm like, wow, these are amazing all of a sudden. And I'm going to be like, what's happened to me? I can't see that happening. It's a texture thing. I just don't like the textures. I'm trying to think what colour to do these goblins. I think we were thinking about doing the alternative colours of Mind, weren't we? There with the pinks and the blues. The pinks and the mint greens. Now part of me is like, do a standard goblin colour. I'm really unsure. Damn, but what did be the one that pushed you into Bounty Oblivion? I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities to get me to eat a bounty. Do not worry about that. I've been cooking up some fun things. Oh, I just realised the timer's not on there for how much time is currently on the marathon stream. Let me set that up. So where are we at the minute? And where's my thing? Where's my thing gone? I don't know where it's gone here. You're going to tell me off again. I also haven't eaten since breakfast, 7 a.m. this morning. Newbie! Watching you. Watching you. Naughty newbie. And yes, I think that should be about right if it turned that on. Oh. So that's the current timer. Is 8 hours and 20 minutes for the giant marathon stream. And that's just going to keep going up. I was distracted by Hobby. That fair. Well, now you need a snack. Not sure if it will be AOS though, as those magazines come out soon, so it might actually be Old World. That's fair. I forgot that the Spearhead magazine drops fairly soon. It's quite a good list in that though, isn't it? There's quite a lot of good stuff. For it. Are you tempted to anyone here tempted to subscribe to it? So one of the Hitachi Partworks ones that they've done a few of now: Combat Patrol, Imperium. What was the previous one called? What was the previous Age of Sigmar one called? Something Bringer. Stormbringer? Stormbringer. That was it. Can't remember what it was called. I feel like the last one I subscribed to was Combat Patrol, but then I cancelled the subscription because I felt like I just wasn't doing anything with the stuff that was turning up in the post, and it was kind of just a waste of money. Yeah, 12 armies I'm getting. Always get the magazines over boxes. That's a fair point. I don't think it's a bad way to collect. I feel like I just got a bit overwhelmed with how much I was just sort of like being sent and then not doing anything with, if that makes sense. I was getting like, with it, which was always a bit of a tough one. So I was a bit like, but yeah. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what to do with them. And then obviously it's that temptation, is it? Because I think this one, the Stormbringer, also the Spearhead one, there's actually some really good stuff if you subscribe to the premium version, isn't it? There's isn't it something like a Mega Gargant? You get Krondys or Karazai, a Great Unclean one, and then something else. It's like a giant destruction thing. I can't remember what it is. You get some really big models for it, which I think is quite good. It sounds very much worth it. So, which I think is quite cool. Right, where are we at? Wash is still drying. Still need to do some coats on here. I realised I'd missed one of the attachments down here somewhere. There it is. I don't play, just enjoy painting different armies. That is definitely perfect for that then. I feel like that's kind of weirdly the camp I sit in at the minute. I used to always buy and build and paint to play. Like I would often play with like unpainted models quite a lot because I just wanted to play games. And I feel like my local Games Workshop was really good for that. They always were able to run events, but obviously after kind of COVID and lockdown and stuff, they haven't really been able to run events in store because they kind of moved to a slightly smaller site, which is a little bit of a shame. I would love to go down there and play a bit more. And then our LGS closed down, which is always a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I definitely want to be playing more. I need to get around to doing it, really. I think last year I probably played 3 games in 2025. 2 of those were Spearhead, and 1 was Combat Patrol, which was a bit of a. I've got photos of the big ones. If you want to put me to put them in Discord, oh yeah, please do whack them in because I couldn't remember exactly what they were. Skin of the Gobbos. So we've got 3 colours. So you've either got, for the Gobbos, the 4 colours that Mind uses. Their primary colours are blue and white. Their secondary colours are pink and mint green. And I've got 3 goblins. So I feel I won't do either of these 2 blue, because that makes sense. So I think maybe pink, green, and this guy, either pink or green. Maybe pink, because there's a little bit more pink on here then. Let's paint those on. Let's get those covered right now. What I'd like to know is the secrets to cancelling a Hitachi subscription. I've heard it's impossible. It is tricky. It is very... I had a bit of a nightmare trying to cancel mine. Because I cancelled them, and then the payment still went out, and then I still had a delivery. And I was like, wait, what are you doing? I've cancelled this. So I had to keep calling them up and be like... Because they kept just sending me them and taking out the payments. And I was like, no, I've cancelled this. Which was a little bit frustrating for it. Eventually I got through to somebody who was actually really good. They apologised. They refunded me. They said, don't worry about sending the models back. It's our mistake. And they just basically refunded me the difference. So I got there in the end, and it was kind of, I suppose, I came out on top, really, because I got a bunch of models for free. I just thought it's a bit frustrating, isn't it, when you're trying to cancel a subscription and they keep going, yeah, it's all cancelled, and then the payment goes out a couple of days later. You're like, what are you doing? Which is always a little bit annoying. But I've heard that's not an isolated incident as well. I've heard a lot of people have had issues trying to cancel them. I found for me, because I don't necessarily want every edition, I tend to have a look at like Forbidden Planet, or try and pop into Asda or WH Smiths, who normally stock the individual issues. And try and grab ones that I need. The only downside I have is locally. There's somebody who, and it's the same person, I know exactly who it is. There's one person who basically their partner works at, that's TJ Jones, whatever TJ Jones, what used to be WH Smith's. And that's one of the most reliable places to pick up the issues. And their partner works there, and if it's an issue that this person wants, they basically put them all to one side and sell them only to their partner, which they have had complaints about. Not from me. I was like, well, it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. But a lot of other people have complained, but it still keeps happening, which is kind of annoying, because all the other person does is they just put them on eBay. They sell them. They take the magazine apart, like the recent one, which was the Ridge Hauler. I think it was, wasn't it? It was really cool. The Ridge Hauler for the Gene Stealer Colts for like a tenner. They basically had a delivery of 8 of them, and they put all 8 aside for this one person. And it was like, this is outrageous. But somebody did go in and complain massively that time. Nothing happened though, which is a shame. Can't work out if my camera's being a bit stuttery. Or is it just me? But yeah. But normally, if you haven't got that going on there, WH Smith's or Asda or a local Forbidden Planet are normally pretty good for grabbing those issues. And if they have a surplus of them, you can actually buy them directly from Hitachi themselves. So it's always worth noting. Ooh, thank you, Anubis. I'll have a grab of that in a second. Let's see which ones they were. Goblin. Let's let me nosy up. AOS. Oh, that was it, isn't it? So you get where are we at? Put this down. Falling over. Stay. So you get... So these are the bonus models if you subscribe to the premium edition, which I think works out an extra £2 per issue of these. So you get Mega Gargant as the first one. Catacross for issue 2, which I think that's very cool, getting whole Catacross, an entire Mortark. So that'd be the destruction, then the death variant. Chaos is Roticus, which is also the same kit that builds a Great Unclean one. Whether you get both parts, I'm unsure. I would imagine it's one kit, so it's probably just easier if they send both. And then the other one is Ionis Cryptborn, so the big Stormcast guy. So it's very cool. There's some great additional stuff on these. Hey, Heart Armories, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well, my friend. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. I was lurking in your stream the other day. It's always fascinating watching you work on the stuff you create. I was like, it's always absolutely fascinating. But how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, very cool. Yeah, the magazines are very, very cool. Yeah, I'm the same. I paint the model I like the look of. Yeah. £2.50 extra, but if I did the maths right, it's about £160 saving. That sounds about right, in line with what they've done previously. Because what was it? It was the... I think we... Where is it? Spearhead magazine. Yeah, because they did the whole kind of issues of them, didn't they? There was a whole website. And yeah, so this was everything you get in the issue, which I think is a pretty good. So this is what they're about £10 an issue, aren't they? And you effectively get, so you get Stormcast, Spearhead. What do you get? You get Stormcast, Skaven, Chaos, Nurgle, Ossiarch Bone Reapers, Soulblight Gravelords, Lumineth, Sylvaneth, what is it? The Ideneth Deepkin, the Gloomspike Gits, Seraphon, what are these ones at the back? Cities of Sigmar. I think that's everything you get in there. So there's quite a lot, isn't there? There's quite a lot you get in here for it. And then obviously something big for each one if you do the extras. So, plus the extra bits of terrain, which is kind of nice. Terrain's always a good bonus thing to have. It is a fun project to do. March they release, so it's next month. It's not long till they release. Really not long. Doing well. I took a year off Twitch and now someone has made the mistake of giving me ADHD medication. I'm now getting so much more done. It's wild, isn't it? I you know, when somebody takes ADHD meds for the first time, I felt like the description somebody gave me was, imagine you know the scene from The Simpsons where it's like Mr. Burns is told that he has all these diseases trying to get through the door at once, and he's like, I'm invincible. It was described to me like basically like somebody had, like, that's the thoughts trying to get through their head, and then all of a sudden after taking kind of like the meds, it was like all their thoughts lined up in a row and only one happened at a time, which is kind of crazy. I didn't realize how much ADHD was screwing me until it wasn't. That's one, and I'm more incredibly impressive that you were able to get a diagnosis as well, because I know that it is really tricky, especially here in the UK. The waiting list to try and get a ADHD diagnosis is massive. It's absolutely giant, which is always a bit of a crazy one. Like it's like you're talking months, if not year plus. So I'm so glad that you've been able to grab yourself one wherever you are, because it is tricky. I think anyone who can get through that process is impressive. I think as well, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like it's knowing as well helps just give you that kind of like answers a lot of questions, isn't it? You don't kind of realize how much something was impacting you, but then now you have like the answer about it. You're like, oh no, that makes sense. And it's so good that nowadays we have such a better understanding of it as a society. I still think, unfortunately, there are some people who just don't get it. Mainly boomers. I find there's definitely like one of those, but there's such a. I feel like most generations of people now are much more accepting of like people's neurospiciness, and that people just work differently, which is a massive thing. I mean, that definitely ties into some of the fundraising that we're doing with Mind. I know that Mind themselves have been putting out more and more articles and have been really scrutinising the Mental Health Support Act because it's not including things, like giving extra rights to people who have things like ADHD and autism or AUHD, all these like various different ones. There's people not, there's not caveats for them in there. So they've been doing great work on kind of really criticizing that, which I think is fantastic. Ooh. But no, that is awesome. That is awesome. There, I'm glad that it's there. The meds are helping. So you've been saying you've been getting a lot done. What have you been getting done? What have you been working on? I saw you were doing some sort of medieval armor the other day. Do 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 do. Goblins. I got incredibly lucky. I got referred immediately because my GP is great, and then got asked which of these contractors would you like to go with, which is like whichever is quicker. Turns out they just added a new contractor to the system, so I got my test within 2 weeks. My mum was very salty because she had been waiting for 5 years. Though not too salty because my 7-year trans clinic makes me wait makes up for it. That's fair. It's like, yeah, you can have one, but not both. There's only a certain level of efficiency that's allowed in the medical industry. That's so lucky though that you got that that they put in that new contractor. I know that it's a nightmare for. I've got a fair few friends who are trying to go through the process and have been waiting for a long old time. Our county actually has basically just cancelled their contractors with anyone, so they now have to go out of the county to try and find anything to do with kind of ADHD referrals or even just generally mental health support, which is just absolutely outrageous. Another thing that's fueling my desire to fundraise for Mind, because they are doing so much to try and help rectify that. But it just makes me so angry that we've got a whole county here of people who now just do not have access to that level of support. Winds me up to no end. Oh, I've just painted his foot and he's actually wearing shoes. Okay, so I need to paint that a different colour. Just realised I painted. I thought it was the other guy was barefoot. This guy is wearing shoes. Whoops. You now have pink shoes. Oh. Pink. Now, what do we do for the guy down here, I wonder? Probably pink again, maybe? Oh, I should have done pink, green, pink. So the green was in the middle. Too late. I did a commission for a leather belt. I sold more than a K's worth of stuff that was either hoarding because it might be useful or just forgot I had. I've cleaned and reorganised both my room and my workshop and started cleaning up the anvil and other tools I've got ages ago that never got around to sorting. That's insane. That's so impressive. That is fantastic. That is incredibly impressive. I feel like I've got such an ever-growing list of stuff I need to complete. And some of that is sorting stuff, selling off stuff, and just, kind of having a good old clear out. I feel like I need that level of, I think for my biggest Achilles heel is just time. Time is my big one. The only reason I managed to do a big cleanup last year is because we did it on stream. But yeah, that's so impressive though. I'm now catching up on a 15th century style breastplate in 1.5 mil steel for a local hamburger. Oh, that's cool. Rusty, I can relate. It took me 5 years of arguing the toss with my doctor to get him repeatedly asking, can you have the tick in front of me to get my Tourette's diagnosed? Oh, that's ridiculous. I filed a complaint against a GP I went to visit about a couple of months back. So I was having... So last year I was basically finally diagnosed with an issue with my heart that I've been nervous about for years, and they finally kind of managed to do it, and I'm on meds now, which is good. Which will hopefully, I'm on them for life, but it'll help. for it, and it took a long time for me to kind of get them to look into it. And as a result of it, because of the meds I have to take, I have to go and have blood tests every 3 months. And I went in for my like 3 month of going, right, I need to get a resubscription of my meds, like a new prescription for it, and also I need to schedule my blood test. It should have been a fairly straightforward thing to go in and do, but the GP didn't let me talk. And I genuinely mean, it's like she was vile. She did not let me talk. Like, I went in and she was like, what do you want? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm here to. And she was like, oh, I'll just read your file. And just kept reading a file. And then we're just like, right, okay. And then just wasn't like listening to me, wasn't asking what I was there for, kept saying I don't need a blood test, I don't need this, and literally said I'm wasting resources. I was just like, and I went, I was like completely speechless that this person was just yelling at me. They'd obviously had a bad couple of appointments because they were like, it was like, must have been their like third or fourth appointment of the day and they were already running like 2.5 hours behind. It was ridiculous. And I was just like, so I ended up putting in a complaint about it because I just said, I walked in with a very fairly simple, straightforward request that I have to go through the GP for. And basically left feeling absolutely atrocious because they were just horrible. And it was, oh man, some GPs out there are really bad. Being asked to do a tick in front of them is like, no, it's random. Kind of one of those. It's wild. Some GPs, not all GPs, some are fantastic. Others are just, yeah. I finally decided my migraines are actually chronic. That takes a long time. My brother suffers from cluster headaches. And it took him years to get his diagnosis because, like, they just obviously things like that. I myself, I have to be very careful of certain foods I eat because certain foods which are high in sulfites will actually trigger a migraine, and it's very much like someone flicks a light switch and I get it. So, like, whenever I have my if I've ever had to take time off stream, it's normally because I've eaten something I didn't realize contained it and stuff. So I've got a lot better over the last like a year or two. Massively thanks to Verity for that one as well, because she was the one who noticed the trend in what I was eating and what was causing issues, if that makes sense. And then when I eventually went to the doctors and gave them all the information, they were like, oh. Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, the things like basically, I was noticing that I was getting really like flick of a switch, and all of a sudden I had like an impossible like behind my eye sort of level of migraine, random things, and I was like, I could not for life of me figure out what it was, but nothing would touch him. Like no matter what the strength of migraine meds, nothing was like being touched by them. So it ended up turning out a lot of trial and error trying to figure out what it was. We kind of whittled it down and realized it was a particular sulfite called tyramine, which is basically it's in a lot of like aged and fermented foods, and weirdly in bananas, and is a byproduct of when you make decaf coffee. And as part of like me having to do like a food diary to figure out what was doing them, one of them was like to cut out caffeine, and cutting out caffeine made it way worse. Not like a normal caffeine headache, it was just because I was still drinking decaf coffee, and decaf coffee was high in it. So it was really weird. So yeah, I have to just be careful of like what foods I eat, which kind of sucks. As someone who's a massive foodie, not being able to eat certain foods sucks. It sucks so much. They gave me a medication which worked. It took me down from 3 to 4 a week to 1, and then after a month trial ended, they were like, yep, that works. We can't actually issue a prescription for it yet because it's not approved for use in the UK. But we can call you back in like 2 years to get it approved. What? That's so annoying. That's the same with me. I went through 5 before they finally realised I struggled with... Hey! Kids Angel Arts, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, they went through about 5 before I realised I really struggled with really made anxiety and agoraphobia. It is nuts, isn't it? So many GPs are just sort of like, they're there almost like just to churn. Yeah, what do you need? Okay, cool. I do find that when you get a really good GP though, there's nothing better. Like when somebody actually will go, what's going on? Let's have a chat. Talk to me about it. They're just like, they're there because they actually care. it makes the world a difference, doesn't it? Because then you feel kind of like heard. You feel like somebody's actually there listening to your problems, and you're like, right, okay, and then they start taking action to try and help. It makes the world a difference. Looked up how much it is privately, and it's £50 per pill for a preventative if you take it daily. I didn't realise I had 1,500 pills on my bedside table during the trial. Something tells me that's not getting approved for general use. Yeah, feels like it. Oh no. That's wild though. That's mad that you actually had like a solution and something which helped, and then just... Yeah. That's mad. The damn systems. Oh, I realised I didn't paint one of these arms. But yeah. But no, it is always frustrating, isn't it, when you get like a... Like, I get it, like, their jobs are tricky. They probably have a lot of, like, you know, rough things that they have to get on with. But I'm also, like, I'm a big believer in, like, just because the person you had before you was bad or, like, not very nice or anything like that, it doesn't mean you then treat everybody else in that same sort of style. It's just so frustrating, isn't it? I think as well, a lot of the time, it takes a lot for a lot of people to bother going to the doctors. Like, I've got friends who have literally just like, I'm like, you need to go and visit your GP, and they're like, yeah, but I don't want to be a bother. And I'm like, no, you're not a bother. You need to go because you're ill. Ugh. It's so weird. It's going to be nice to get back to mini painting now that I've separated my stuff into my room and away from all the dust and damage in my workshop. That's so cool. Having the separate areas makes a lot of sense. Speaking of mini painting, if anybody has got stuff that they've been working on or finished off recently, remember it is Sunday. We are doing our community showcase from 6:30 PM, so in about 4 hours. So feel free to post something and do !Sunday if you want to share what you've been working on. And remember, it doesn't just have to be minis. We love seeing all levels of what people have completed. We've had people who have been building Lego. We've been people who've been doing diamond painting, felting, crochet crafts. We've had so much fun stuff in there. So whatever you've been doing, whatever hobby projects you've been doing, it's a hobby showcase. That's what it is. So we'd love to see what you've all been working on. Obviously, just as always, same rules as always apply. Finish stuff only. And no more than 3 photos, because that means everybody gets the same amount of time. And of course, as well, I'd love to know how everyone's getting on with their Painting Palooza entry, if you've been working on it. Obviously, we've been doing our Painting Palooza. There was a lot of requests for the painting competitions to come back, so we brought it back. And this is the first one of the year, and the theme is blue and white. So paint up anything you'd like, for any mini from any game system, but you must incorporate blue and white in a major way. Kind of ties in with our charity month to paint up all these lovely blue and white colours. And you have until 2 weeks today. 2 weeks today is actually when we'll be doing the showcase. And we'll be doing it. There's a first, second, and third place prize available. And that's all decided by you lovely lot in the community. Do. And slot these in here. Just trying to get these all painted on. I feel like it looks like he's holding onto a bone. I was trying to work out what he's holding onto, but it looks like a bone rather than like anything metal. So I feel like if I do like a yellowy ivory. Did you say any hobby? Could I show my server rack I put together? Might be a little niche for the painting stream. No, hell yeah! It's what hobby have you been getting up to? That's what we like to share on there. That's the whole point of the showcase. Show us what hobbies you've been getting up to. Is it a bone? Or maybe it's not a bone. Maybe it is a piece of metal. No judgment from me on what hobbies you are. I like to see what other people get up to. As long as it's safe for me to show it on Twitch. That's always the big key part. Hey, Daedrin! Howdy, howdy. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome, welcome. How we diddly doing? That definitely looks like a bone. How are you doing? Have you recovered now that you're back from Beachhead? How are you doing, my friend? And did you have a good time? It's an event I would love to go to, but I have to plan so in advance because it's so far away. And let's get these blocked on here. And was I supposed to take a before picture for the Palooza? Because it struck me now, just now, and the model that I'll have finished this coming week should qualify. No, you don't need to worry about before, as long as it's very much a trust system. It's very much one of those, like, the idea is everybody has the same time frame of 5 weeks to paint something up, using the theme. I've only ever caught out 2 people from trying to use something that they'd painted previously, and we just disqualified them straight away. And that's kind of it, and that's in the whole time we've ever done it. So it's very much one of those, just like, you know, if you think it's going to meet the theme of blue and white, and you painted it up in the last couple of weeks, smash it on in. Like I said, as long as you started it before, as long as you started it or after, where are we at? The Monday the 26th, and you finish it before Saturday the 28th or Sunday the 1st, you finish it before then, it qualifies. But you don't need to worry about it before on that one. That's cool. I didn't finish printing it until 2 to 3 weeks ago, and it sat for 2 weeks. Oh no, you're fine on that one. Yeah. Like I said, it could even be, I always said, it's as long as it's not got any paint on it beyond primer before the start date. That's always the way we've done it here. It's just one of those, like I couldn't enter any of my Necrons if I was to enter the own competition, but because I haven't painted any of those in that time period. Like I said, it's very much an honor system. We do some checks. Like the only reason I caught the other people out before was because they posted it within 10 minutes of me basically posting about the competition. And it was clearly something they painted up like a year ago. And I was like, no, you didn't even attempt to hide it. I've recovered. It's always a good time. Hell yeah. It always looks really good fun. And it's one that I really want to go. There's so many... Like Salute's another one I would love to go to. It's so far for me to travel, and it's kind of one of those. And it's like, you know, and of course, obviously, anytime we're away, we got to find someone to look after Milkshake because of his meds. And so you know, it's always a tricky thing. But I would love to try and get to more events if I could. It's one of the things I want to do this year is get to more for it, both as a vendor and as an attendee. It's a tricky one. But I'm glad you had a good time, though. Hey, Hero, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. How are you doing? That's cool. I did. Did that one out. Mine is blue and white. I had a connection to the Mini with what the Mini is being painted for. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm excited. I'm trying not to look in the showcase section. I'm really trying to be good. I'm like, no, I won't look. It's like with the Sunday showcase. I don't look at that until we're on stream. Until I basically go live. It's like, so, or do we do the start doing the Palooza? Yeah, Palooza, sorry, the entrance. I'm always like, oh, hey, buddy. Hello, it's a little sneeze. A little sneezums. Hi. I'm busy painting blueberries as of this week. I saw your ultramarines in the whip. They look fantastic. They look very, very cool. So this is like a bit of a raggedy cloth. And I have to admit, there's something very satisfying about painting ultramarines. And anyone I speak to who's been painting ultramarines has all said the same thing. It's like, yeah, they're way more satisfying than you think they're going to be. They get a bad rap, the ultramarines. People just think, oh, it's just boring, it's just box art. And I'm like, nah, a really well-painted ultramarine army is something to really behold on the tabletop. Got a few friends who've been working on ultramarines, and they're doing an amazing job of it. They all look fantastic. Dun, 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 dun. Let's get some of these blocked in. Right. Slowly getting through the goblins. Probably wouldn't go to Beachhead if I wasn't playing. Salute is a much better vendor show. Oh, okay. I feel like it's tricky because like some of the, it's like it's got to be. I just wish there was more events further north. There's some good ones, but they always like sell out very quickly. I know like Chilcon's up north. That's obviously Sheffield way, isn't it? That's supposed to be really good. I'm hoping to try and go to that this year. But that'll just be as an attendee. And obviously UK Games Expo slap bang in the middle because that's always in Birmingham, isn't it? Which is always good fun to go to. I've been to that the last couple of years. I'm going to try and go again this year. So yeah, just need to run my own event. That's what I'll do. I think not bad for having a 2-year hiatus of not painting. You come back swinging, which is always good. You come back and you're like, I am going to paint. That was kind of when I had my like 18 months off, sort of like painting and hobbying just in general. When I came back to it, I was like, I felt like an absolute painting machine. I was getting through I painted my whole Custodes army. I painted a load of stuff. I was like firing through armies pretty quickly. I don't know what happened. I don't tend to do fire through stuff as quick anymore. Right. Yeah, I'm still feeling I should have done pink, green, pink. Should be fine if I do that middle bottom guy pink. Would the Ultramarines count for whatever the blue and white challenge thing is? If you want to, yeah. It's all about, will they have blue and white on them? That's the thing. So the Palooza themes are always, you have to incorporate the theme, paint any miniature you like. You have to paint it in the time frame. And it has to incorporate the theme in a major way. The theme is blue and white because it's for charity. It's for Mine's charity colours. That's why we went for blue and white. So if you got a model in the list that you think qualifies, go for it. As long as you get it done before the basically midnight on the 1st, or midnight on the 28th, depending on how you look at it, then it all counts. And it's all decided, but we show off every entry, as long as I'm able to do so. We show off every entry on the showcase, and then we pick a shortlist, which is the mod squad help me with that. and then it's you lot all vote. You pick your first, second, and third favourites, and then we're doing a first, second, and third prize this year. Normally we would only ever do a first place prize, but I'm going to do slightly, rather than do a Palooza every month or every other month, I'm going to do one once every 3 months, and then there'll be I can spread the prizes out then, if that makes sense. So has anyone else got a list of good events, like for miniatures and painting and things? Like the ones I went to last year was just UK Games Expo, and I went to Fen Model Show, which was phenomenal. Fen was really good fun. It wasn't quite what I was expecting when I went. In terms of, I feel like I was expecting a bit more of like a convention style, but it was very much like you go there for the social element and seeing people's mini painting, which was very, very enjoyable. And I had a blast, and that's one I've already bought my ticket for this year. That's in July. No idea what I'm going to enter. Minis wise. I'll figure something out. Still considering GriffCon. It's on. Having a thought about it. It's more working out. I've got a few things on this year with a couple of weddings, some big family birthdays. So I'm trying to work out. I'm kind of trying to force my family to kind of give me a list of when they're doing events. The only one I knew that nothing was happening in was that one in July. So that's why I booked Fen. So I'm just kind of waiting to find out when everyone's arranging stuff. But potentially considering it, yeah. Obviously, I haven't been since the first one. Again, it is a long way for us to travel, but could be good. Is it 1 day this year or 2 days? Yeah. Yeah, well, back at it. Have a great stream. No worries, hero. We'll catch you in a bit. 1 day this year. It's on a Saturday, isn't it, I assume? Or is it a Friday? I remember you did tell me the date, but my brain's like... I've got a calendar which basically has all my dates of what I need to do stuff on it. So without that in front of me, my brain's like... It is a Saturday. Okay, cool. Power nap made me sleepy. It backfired. No. Oh no, Verity. Not the backfired of the sleepiness. I realise it's my local store anniversary in 2 weeks, and I've just realised the anniversary vampire model has legs roughly the same pose as the Skitarii Pilgrim Marshal, which I still have on sprue. So I'll be giving that a go. Oh, hell yeah. I went into my local store today, and I saw that they still had the Kroot guy from like the special, around the Christmas releases, which I was very tempted by. But I was like, I'll be good. I'm still sad I completely forgot to pre-order the Rook. I feel like a fool. I forgot to pre-order that. Yeah, the Steel Rook. I can't believe I never ordered it. Yeah, I feel I'm going to switch these two around, which does require a repaint, but I think that'll be much nicer. That's going to be really cool, though, if you grab that Pilgrim Marshal. No vampire for it. It feels like they knew what you were going to work on this year, Natman, and they were like, wait, let's make the anniversary model something Natman will need. Yeah, Yeah, I can't remember. I think my store's anniversary is some point in like April or May, I think. Can't remember. Hello, little buddy. You going for a little window wander? Yeah, am I in the way? First squidge to the side, and then let you down. Oh, he thought about it. He's like, nah, too much effort to get down. Vampire on stilty legs. Hell yes. Stilty vamps. I'm excited to see your full Heresy army when it's all done. Sounds so cool. I feel like Heresy itself is such a fun narrative game as well. I feel like you're going to have a blast being like, here's the narrative for this army, and people are going to be like, let's go. Like, I love it. Yeah, I can't believe it. I didn't think before I went ahead with this to which colour to paint this up. Doom, 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 doom. Painty, painted. The unpainted plastic already fills the cabinet. First time I've had a backlog of minis since I was a teenager. Does it feel weird? Is it like stressful having it because of how you normally work, or is it more like, is it kind of quite motivating to be like, right, I'm going to get through it all? Dim dim. Let's block down here. Right, so then I've got to try and do that green over the pink in a minute. Do, 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 do. Okay. So repaint this goblin in the middle, so he's in the green. It's a bit odd having a choice of what I had to do next. I usually just paint in the order I bought, but the whole existing army was done in 2 lots, so that doesn't work. Ah. So yeah, it must be strange. Like I said, you've got such a regimented kind of way that works before. But kind of, it must be, again, both nice but also weird having the change. Hey, buddy. What's up, little man? You meowing at me? Because you want to go out? Give me little kisses. You can get down if you want to go out, little man. I ain't stopping you. Is it because you know that it's almost time for me to have a little break? It's almost at the 2-hour mark. So you're just like, that's normally when you get up, puppy. That's normally when you go and get a cup of coffee. That's when I go and get a snack and come back in. I'll go and deliver a war crime to mother and then leave. That's what he does. Hey, Cowbell, welcome on in. How are you doing, my friend? With Horus Heresy armies having a force organization chart, I paint with that in mind. That's true. That is very true. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. If it is the Custodes this week, I'm going to be very pumped because I feel like that'll be March's project. Everyone will be doing like March for McCrag, and I'm going to be like, Custodes! It's a fair point, actually. Is anybody? And there's a lot of people painting ultramarines at the minute. Is anybody going to be carrying those over into March to doing March for McCrag? It could be fun to paint up an ultramarine. Don't know what ultramarine I'd paint up. Who would look good with a Jar Jar head for my March for McCrag? Did I pick up the Jar Jar comic? I haven't. No, I haven't seen anywhere where I can pick that up locally. I did pop into our local comic book shop, but they didn't have it in. I'm really excited by that one. Jar Jar issue #1. I'm hoping I can find it somewhere. If not, I'll order it online. I do like the old they've got a surprisingly reasonably decent comic collection, actually. Just need to get them like put into like frames and stuff. I'm quite specific about which comics I buy, but that one looks really fun. For out of all the comics I have, I've got a Flash and Green Lantern have always been my favourite heroes when it comes to comics. So I have a lot of Flash and Green Lantern. And then I've got a fair few of the... Like, I've got the Marnius Calgar comics. Those were really fun. I enjoyed those. I've added a lot of depth to a character which traditionally is seen as quite dull. And kind of really interested on like the backstory that the character had. And we got quite a big selection of graphic novels between myself and Verity. Oh, it's been quite messy, that guy. But okay, it looks a bit better now though with the green guy in the middle. The wolves are being done because they were the first unit I had built, but I'll probably focus on doing 2 troops and a HQ next. That's fair. That makes sense. And then we got... did you see the Jar Jar themed image I posted in the random channel the other day? It just put it. Was that the... wait, I was tagged in a bunch of Jar Jar stuff. Let me grab which one it was. Where was it? Where's the random stuff? Was it the... Yes, yeah, the Jar Jar being Sith Lord. Yes. I love the idea that that was like the plan. Because he had the same eyes. That was the whole thing, was it? I feel like that was definitely the original plan. What colour to do the feet? I'm really struggling to think what colour to do the feet on this guy. Because he's wearing leather shoes. He's got barefoot. But the others are wearing like leathery kind of sort of shoes. What do they wear on the box? Yeah, no, but Nid's Munch on McCrag is what I'm doing. Ooh, I like that. I like that one. So on the box is just plain leather. I guess I'll just do kind of leather. Maybe I'll make it a slightly different coloured leather to everything else. Might start with a yellow and make it more of like an ochre-y sort of yellow leather, just to add in a diverse colour on here. Gives me a pretty decent base coat for brown anyway. I haven't worked on my Nids in a while. I've been slowly gathering the parts for my massive kit bash for Savathun. But because I'll be honest, because I haven't really been playing Destiny in a year, for the last year or so, I've kind of lost a little bit of motivation for the project. But I'm like, I still feel like it's... Ooh, no. It's going to be really fun if I can do Savathun. But I need to sit and go through all my Tyranids and work out what I'm keeping and what's going off to a new home. So I bought a lot of Nids. And basically, I used to buy armies specifically to run like 2,000 point army lists, because that was kind of how I'd always played. And I've got a lot of stuff in there that I'm just not using. So I'm trying to... I'm organising some swaps with friends and things to basically... stuff there, getting rid of. We'll do some straight swaps just so I can get some... Still keep the models going, but just get some new models, if that makes sense. This is the Dragon Age Inquisition theme, yes. I actually picked up a copy of Dragon Age Origins on 360 the other day from my local CEX. So I was like, yeah! Oh, £1.50 well spent to go back on the shelf, because I don't know where my copy of it went. I'll find it in a couple of weeks now. I'm very tempted to sit and play through it again, though. It is a very good game. I thought so. I really enjoyed it. I've not played Inquisition. I own it, just not played it. All I've done is done cleaning-wise is emptied the resin vats. That's a good cleaning, though. That's a good project. Like, I had to, the other day, I had to change the FEP, which is not a slow job. It's not a fast job. So I had to fully empty, deep clean. I gave everything a good scrub and a clean at that point, and then put the new FEP sheet on for it. And since then, the printer's been running pretty much 24/7. It's been nice, actually. For it. But yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 print jobs on at the minute, which is nice. So I'm just trying to get through things. It's just so much work. It's nice though. I really want to pick up one of those T2 quick release FEPs. VATs. I think that would be really good. I just haven't got around to doing it. Right, let's put the green wash on this guy now. I do need to order a new FEP, but this one is on its last legs, methinks. Yeah, I found out with the Ultra, the Saturn Ultra 4. I don't know if it's the same for your Mars. It literally tells me how much it's been used, and it'll basically go, look, we think your FEP's on the way out after like 600,000 prints or whatever it is. It's like layers. It's like, come on now, like, we think your FEP's is gonna start losing like adherence soon, and it kind of gives you like warnings, which is quite helpful. You can override it. It's not doesn't force you from using it, but it's quite helpful sometimes because you're like, no, I know it's fine. Whereas other times you start getting some failures, you're like, oh no, yeah, there's a problem here. Don't rub it in. I want the quick release. The quick release FEP does look really cool. I would love to give it a whirl. I'm not even rubbing it in. I haven't got one. I wish I had one. I still got to do the whole manual scrubbing of like unscrewing everything. It takes forever. Let's get this on here. I'm just printing some Palace type bases for my Custodes. Hell yes. Getting them done ready in advance for them to go up on pre-order. I'm so hyped for Custodes. I'm trying to think about how to paint them up. Do I use the same paint scheme I did for my 40k Custodes so then I can use them for both? Or do I go for a slightly more grim-darky aesthetic? It's the real question. Realise the underside of these Squig's arms, this goblin's arms, I didn't paint. Just I've missed him. Or yeah, I'll take all the female heads, but I want to use all the female heads. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out, do I do more of a kind of a different style, just so it's like there's a difference between my Heresy ones and my 40k ones. I don't know. I feel like the only reason I wouldn't do my normal paint scheme for my Custodes is because the previous ones that I followed were the exact same as the it was Duncan Rhodes's recipe back when he was at Warhammer TV, which is a really nice way to paint them, but that was done when there were only 5 Custodes models in existence for the Burning of Prospero Horus Heresy box set, and then having to repeat that across a whole army was very tedious because it was very much like a showcase paint up. So I do think I'll probably find a bit of a quicker, easier way to do the paint. So that way I don't think I'll get too bogged down with Custodes. No, I want to use all the heads. Everyone's like, Sith, howdy, Sith, how are you doing? I think the wave 2 of Grand Cathay is due soon. I would hope so. I hope so. Like we were saying about what we kind of expect to go up announced today, and the thought process is we think it might be Cathay and Custodes. I'm hoping so anyway. Because I feel like we've been waiting on the Cathay for a while. I think at this point, if the Cathay don't drop this week, I think there's been an issue with the molds. I think for it to have been delayed this much makes me think that there's something else that's gone on there. Not sure what, but I reckon that's what it is. Are you having a full squad of female jump back Space Marines? Go for it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I feel like I wonder if anybody has some of the old actual female Adeptus Astartes models they made floating around. That would be interesting to see, wouldn't it, if they still exist. Right, I've covered these in washes, so they need to sit and dry for a few minutes before we do the next layers, which is a perfect time for us to take a little bit of a breather. So we're going to go take a short BRB, and then when we get back, we're going to dive on in and keep cracking on and painting more. And maybe we'll even eat the bounty as we have to. Oh, I don't want to. We'll see how we do. But yes, grab yourself a snack, a drink, all those bits and bobs, and we will see you in a few minutes, folks. And we'll be right back. how are we all doing? I hope we're doing good. Milkshake is also back. Hey, buddy. Hey. How are we all doing? And Cal, you have redeemed my feed my cardboard crack addiction. That means you get a choice. Cal, you get a choice between packs. And how are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. So, the packs for Magic I have available today are Laurel and Eclipsed. We have Final Fantasy. Or I have an Assassin's Creed Beyond booster. Let me know which you would like. You get a choice. And how are we doing, Citharudi? I hope you're doing well. I'm going to have a Death Watch squad linked to my custodies, and one of them is getting the female head with the flowing hair. Hell yes. Shrimp. 3D printer go burr for cardboard crack. Cal would like to see Final Fantasy. Milkshake. Do you bless the pack? Oh, he's giving it a good rub up. That means Milkshake is blessing the pack. Rightio. Okay, so Final Fantasy is the best-selling Magic the Gathering set of all time, followed second by Lord of the Rings, and in third place by Avatar: The Last Airbender. So they released the statistics recently, and the big hits we're looking for from here are Cloud himself, the Buster Sword as an equipment, or we would like to pull a Sephiroth. That's one of the big pulls. A VV is also a nice pull from this. So let's see where we go. If you want to see more pack openings, check out my Instagram, Facebook, and Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube channels where I post daily ones of me opening packs. Now I'm gonna move packs to the back end. Milkshake, because this is a pack made in Japan. All the cards are towards the back. All the rares are at the front. So let's flip this round, and we are kicking off with Milkshake. He's proper headbutting me. That's what I'm putting up in chat. We start with Tonberry, which is a really hilariously fun and overpowered card. It's really funny, but he's just very slow, which is fun. So we have Tonberry. Tidus, the Blitzball star. Tidus right there looking funky. Fight on. Then we have Adventurers Inn. The Adventurers Inn. I like the fact that they made the lands, the inns in various locations. Aerith Rescue Mission. Hey, Milkshake, you rubbing your face against my water. A Dragoon's Wyvern. Vincent's Limit Break. This was a card where, I think it was this one, when it was released, people were misreading it in various ways, and they had to put out a clarification of how the card works, which was kind of interesting. Grand Pulse Ochu. A mysterious beast that has grown large on its journey across Grand Pulse. Its children, known as Micronus, accompany the Ochu in combat against adventurers. Sabo Tender, a little plant cactus. These strange ambulatory cacti are commonly found in the Apta Desert in the Kuzos region, and little regarding their way of life is known to science. And we have a hero token, and then I think our foil should be behind this. He is a noisy boy today. Is there anything on the back of the hero token? Is a hero token or a copy? And, ooh, we get a nice full-art foil swamp. That is very nice. Very, very nice. Milkshake, what are you doing? Hey. He's trying to walk onto the desk. That's very nice. The cool, like, zombie-looking dragon on there. That's very cool. Then we have another foil, which is our White Mage's Staff, which is a very useful card. It has the job select, which is kind of fun. And then it should be a rare behind here. Let's see what we get. Ooh, we have Golbez, which is one of the bonus sheet cards, as Sir Conrad the Grim. Very useful card and very cool in this art style. I love this. They took classic cards and made like the bonus sheet where they look as classic cards from the Magic, which I thought was really cool. We used the artwork from the games. Very, very nice. Then rare mythic. We have Kane, the Traitorous Dragoon. I've not pulled one of these yet. Looks very cool. He has Jump. Was it Jump or Flump? Thump? Whatever that is. Jump or Thump. During your turn, he has Flying. Oh, that's kind of cool. And then we have Self-Destruct. Right at the very end. There we go. There we go. So some nice pulls. I do like the fact that we've been doing really good on getting these bonus cards recently, which is very, very nice to see. So there we go. Thank you, Cal, for feeding my cardboard crack addiction. Oh no, and I've unintentionally fed yours now. Watching this, the danger for my impulses to buy more cards. What cards do you buy and collect? Cal, are you a Magic fan? Or Pokemon, or Yu-Gi-Oh, or many of the other card games? I'm very intrigued. Like, I want to know. I want to know. He is a noisy boy, aren't you, buddy? Right. It is time, chat. Are we ready? I said when we would hit £500, I would do the forfeit. Or if we hit £500, I would do the forfeit that I didn't want to do. Are you guys ready for this? It's bounty time.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Oh, this is gonna be horrible. Oh, I don't want
Do it.
Oh,
Do it. Do it.
so many do-its, right. It's just so...
Do it. Do it.
so
Do
many
it.
do-its. Oh, right. Why is it now dramatic music for this as well?
Do it. Do it.
Right. I feel like it only makes sense I do it on the big camera so you guys can see in full style how much I don't want to do this. Right. Like, what is that? How is that appetizing? What is that? It looks like a little poo. Why is that? And why'd you get two? Why is it just not one bar? Why is it just two small bars? Not looking forward to the down in one, no. Just sandwich it with 2 chocolate bars to mask the flavour. Oh, good lord. I'm only kind of sorry for my part in this. Oh, god. Shrimp is wanting me to read... What am I reading is what? I've got to eat the bounty. 2 small bars are better than the single one, but I don't get... Like, why would you... I don't know. It's weird. Is it like, what's the portion size? I have no idea.
Do it.
I'm not looking forward to this. Why are there so many emulsifiers in this thing? Why is there so much why are there so many E numbers? Surely it's just coconut chocolate. Good lord. Oh, just remember, I know, it's for a good cause. It's the texture more than anything.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's beautiful. The taste of paradise. No. Plot twist. It's not coconut or chocolate. I mean, it says it's what? 36% chocolate. 32% soft coconut filling. To which then my conversation is.
Do it.
My comment is, that's only 68% of the chocolate bar. What is everything else? That's only 68% of the chocolate bar. What is the rest of this stuff? What makes up the other 32% of this bar? Read this as Hobbytime Healys. As I absolutely love bounty bars, and chat are my best friends for helping me eat them. My name is Hobbytime Healys, and bounties are my favourite chocolate bar on the Citadel. The rest is regret or paradise. Okay, gotta eat a whole bounty. This is not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be fun. The wrapper. It's all for a good cause. I've gotta eat these. I feel like I can do this in 2 bites. I reckon I can do it in 2 bites and then do the other one in 2 bites. Feels the way to go. Oh, it's not chewing paper. It gets worse. Oh, I'm getting stuck in my teeth. Ugh. Ah. Go over here, I'll break it up with you, eat the bean. It's like chewing paper, and it just gets stuck in your teeth. It's all like... clipping that. Oh, that's just... How is that attractive? Look at that. It's not great. It doesn't even look like coconut. It doesn't taste like... That's the thing. I'm not getting any flavour out of this. I'm getting sugar and paper. Ugh. Just like any eating challenges, it only counts if you leave it down. Yeah. They're best if you leave it in the fridge for an hour first. So, Marky, interestingly, there was a debate about this in chat earlier. Do we leave it in the fridge or do you have it room temperature? And the consensus was room temperature, which is interesting. It's still full. It's still all in my teeth. Oh, so grim. Right, other half. You know what it feels like? Have you ever get like your teeth caught on like a piece of fabric? And it's like that. It's that weird feeling. That's what it is. It's just a bar of that. You want to help? No, Milkshake's asleep. He doesn't even want to help. It's just so gross. Ugh. It's just like even the sound. Ugh. I need to watch that. Even this, like the sound of me chewing it, is just like chewing paper. How do you like these? Do you not know? No. I'm just trying to get it all out of my teeth. Why is there so much of it? How much paper do you chew? More than I eat bounties. But that's the only way I can kind of like describe it. How is it? It's still so much in my teeth. Yeah. I just keep finding bits of the fake coconut around my mouth. Oh, okay, it's one half done. I'm gonna break it up with a bean. Super Whistle, how are you doing? Ah, not a fan. Not a fan. Fun fact, even toothbrushes can't get it all be out. It'll be there for a week. Like, it doesn't... This is the thing, right? It doesn't taste of anything. It's not even like it's a problem I have with... like, how it... Like, I don't know. It's not even a problem with, like, the flavour. It's just... It tastes like nothing. And just texturally, it's just not appealing. And that's what I don't... I'm just not a fan. I've just found more of it. Why is there so much coconut everywhere? Not a fan. Right, hold on. What do we got? Yeah, bean. Go back in. Go back in, you bean. Oh, it's jammed. There we go. Okay, I've got green bean. Green bean, which could be juicy pear or booger. Which, the problem with juicy pear or booger is, like... I don't like pears. So, let's see what we get. Let's see if we can keep the ratio fairly okay. I think it's pear. It's not pleasant, but it's not gross. I'm going to say that's pear. It's quite sweet. I'm going to go with pear. I'm going to go with pear on that one. We're 6-4 at the minute. The ratio's balancing out. You need our Milky Way. They make it. I do like Milky Ways. Milky Way's a good time. I really don't want to. Oh, it's even making my mouth like just not. This is how much I don't like this. My mouth is not salivating. I swear it's drying up. It's like that. You don't want this. It's for a good cause, but I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh. And I was hoping for a nasty bean after that raid. Why is this coconut chocolate bar got coconut in it? Right? That's it. That's exactly it. What? I say you eat the second half on the mega stream. I have got another bounty forfeit we could potentially unlock on the mega stream. So, I've got to eat this one now. I promised I'd eat a full bounty. But it's just, no matter how much I'm sat here, my mouth just keeps going, here's another pocket of coconut. I'm like, where? Is it worse than the pickle you had in the last mega stream? Did I do a pickle during the mega stream? Did I pickle? I can't remember if I pickled. Did I do it? I mean, that was a long one, wasn't it? That was the one where I nearly died. And then Verity did pickles. How about pickling a bounty for the mega... Pickle a bounty for the mega stream. God, we need to, I need to set that as like the most impossibly high target ever. Oh. Right. Sis reckoning just in one. Oh. This is so grim. This probably feels like not a bad forfeit for most people, but I feel like the texture of this is horrendous. Like, it is not. It's like one of those things where my body, every time I put it in my mouth is just wanting to go. Let's get rid of it. Do it. Oh, do it. All right, okay. Down in one. Are you ready for this? See if I can go down. See in one for this. I don't want it. It's not even nice chocolate. That's the worst. Who makes this? Is this Cadbury's? Who does bounties? Mars? Mars Wrigley. Okay, so Mars. Oh, yeah. One bounty is 140 calories. Here we go. Ha ha, no. I should not have done this in one. It's worse. It's so much worse. This is not a good time. In one was a mistake. Eating it in one was a mistake. I underestimated the bounty size. Hey, Misfit, welcome on in. Oh. Why won't it go away? this is grim. It's just not... Ugh. It's making me, like, uncomfortable. Stream, can we get Hobby to eat his daily intake of calories and just...
Excuse me?
Newbies, thank you for gifting us up to Misfit. That's super kind of you. Thank you so much. This is not a good time. Oh, my mouth is so dry. This is so dry. There's so much coconut in my teeth. You know how much these are not tasty? I can open any wrapper of anything on this stream, and Milkshake is like, gimme, gimme, gimme. I've opened a Bounty wrapper, and he doesn't want it. Confirmed, cats don't like it. Why is there so much coconut? I figured you'd be able to force it down if you swallow it. It was all in one. It just clogged up. It was such an unpleasant, claggy texture. Ugh. This should be a channel point redeem. No. 5 million points. Make me eat a bounty. Good lord. Where we once had dice, we now get bounties. Nope. Nope. What? That was not... Ugh, that made me feel sick. That's not a good time. I feel like I'm not one to yuck anyone's yum. But why? What's desirable about these? I don't get it. The texture is just not nice. Ugh. And what is the other 32%? That's what I want to know. 36% milk chocolate. 32% soft coconut filling. That is only 68% of the bar. What is the other 32%? What is the other 32? Sugar, glucose syrup, skimmed milk powder, whey, emulsifiers, more emulsifiers. What is humectant? Humectant sounds gross. Oh, there's still more of it in my mouth. There's no joy. Not for me. There you go. I've officially eaten a bounty on stream. There we go. There you go. If you want to paint something blue and white, there's a theme for you. Bounty. Let's go in the bin. Oh, that was so grim. I feel like that was just that taking the second one whole was not a good vibe. I was like, rah, I didn't have a good time. Ugh. I love bounties, especially the dark chocolate variety. You know what? I feel like I don't even know if a dark chocolate one would have saved that. As much as I love dark chocolate. There's so much coconut in my teeth. There's so much in my teeth. This is so grim. I feel like I have to brush my teeth just to get it all out there. There's a cherry flavour. Okay. A cherry flavour. I feel like... It's the texture, though. Because that didn't taste of anything. They didn't even taste of coconut. I was, like, expecting if I was tasting coconut, it's going to be, like, nice and refreshing. It was just like they just... Like, sawdust, paper, crammed inside, like, cheap chocolate. For me, it's just, no, not for me. If you think that's weird, check out the percentage of pork in a pepperami. That's fair, that's fair. The weirdest one is check out the amount of emulsifiers in bread. And preservatives and things. I can't remember the last time I saw just bread. You probably have a better time with the dark chocolate ones. It's a shame they've been discontinued. Is that the human version of a termagant? That went exactly how I wanted it to. There used to be this bar is about half the size of a Bounty that was raspberry flavoured, called a Ruffle. Oh, I remember Ruffles. Because I remember the disappointment of me thinking it was a raspberry bar. And then it was like this, it was raspberry flavoured coconut, wasn't it? I remember Ruffles. Ruffles still exist. I remember them. Oh man, that's really made my stomach go. Ruffle chocolate bar. Can you still buy Ruffles? Apparently you can still buy them. You can still buy Ruffles. Apparently you can buy 5 packs of them at Tesco's. Ruffles still exist. So Ruffles still exist apparently. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Question for you all then, chat. What is the, without Googling it, what is the oldest chocolate bar in the UK? Oh, apparently it's the oldest chocolate bar in the world. No way. What would you say, without Googling it, what do you reckon the oldest chocolate bar in the UK is? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to switch back to the screen. Howdy. Bourneville, Dairy Milk, Terry's Chocolate Orange. What are we thinking? Bourneville. Dairy Milk. Ah, that was grim. Fries. You can get fries. Any others? A Yorkie. What else we got? I can tell you that it is a chocolate bar that goes back to 1866. In 1866. And, yeah, it is indeed. It is Fry's Chocolate Cream. That man got it. A Fry's Chocolate Cream. Which is officially the first mass-produced chocolate bar featuring a plain fondant centre wrapped in dark chocolate and is still produced today, but is now owned by Cadbury's. That's it, yes, the Fry's the Fry's Chocolate Cream. So the same ones as the Turkish Delights. Yeah. It is apparently also the oldest recorded chocolate bar in the world. There you go, fun fact for you. It is this one here. Whoa, very zoomed in. That's it. That is the oldest chocolate bar in the world. So it says since 1761, but apparently it being mass-produced was only in 1866. So fries have been a thing since 1761, but they're, yeah, interestingly. Just like a fondant filling with chocolate around the outside. Oh, mint versions. Mint chocolate. Now, mint chocolate, I'm happy. Give me any mint chocolate, I'm good. I did get myself a little treat after having the... Why does it feel like it's still in the back of my throat? Ugh. I did get myself a treat to wash down the Bounty. I have these. Peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. I have no idea how good they are or what they're like, but I'm hoping they're pretty good. I've still got coconut in my teeth. It's not a good time. So peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. I feel like peanut butter M&Ms are exceptional. The fact that these have jelly in them makes me a bit confused. So it's like peanut butter and jam, basically. So, mint chocolate Bounty, anyone? Oh, God. I feel the fact that it's artificial flavour is in massive labels. This is a proper American one. The average serving is still 140 calories. Is a third of a bag of this. Oh god! Every time I open my mouth, I just get more and more of the coconut. Okay, let's have a look at these. Okay. So it's like that's the peanut butter. Ooh. Oh, the jam's in the chocolate. Ooh, that's weird. It's like what jam is it? The fact I can't see what flavor this is. I thought the ingredients on the back of the bounty were bad. This is something else. This has got the ones that you're not allowed. It's got red 40 in it. The ones that we're not allowed in the UK. There is not a single indicator on here of what flavour the jam is, which is terrifying. Okay. PB&J is good. I tell you what though, I feel that depending on the jam, depends on what style, or it depends on can massively improve or unimprove or make it worse for a PB&J sandwich. I think by default it's always pretty good. I am a crunchy peanut butter and blackcurrant jam is a good time. It's a very good time. That's normally where I'm at. It's a very, very good time. I've got so much coconut in my teeth. Is that why you wanted it? Because it's going to torture me for the rest of the thing? Don't worry, it's not bovine gelatin. Think smaller and more legs. That probably wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. The premium little jams work in anything. Ooh. I haven't tried the premium little jams. Intrigue. Oh, why is it? It's not getting. I can feel there's a chunk. There is a chunk of desiccated coconut now stuck in my teeth. Oh, got it. That's massive. What's that? I'd eat the whole thing, so. Grim. Oh, not a good time. Welcome on in. How are you doing? That was not a good time. Not a fan. Not tasty. Not tasty at all. Not a fan. Hobby ate so much bounties, there's coconut in the squig tea. Hey, buddy. Milkshake's like, hi, father. Have you stopped moaning about bounties now? Because I'm bored of you moaning about bounties. You can save that bit for later. Oh, it's like it's sent my stomach into like. It's like, you were not a fan of this, were you? And I'm like, no, I was not a fan of the bounty. Hey, handsome guy. Handsome shake'ems. Yeah, he is. It's not a fun flavour. So clearly you cannot taste coconut, or is it just bounty? What's your stance on Malibu? I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I like fresh coconut. I like fresh coconut. I feel like artificial coconut flavours aren't great. But I feel like if you offered me like a Malibu and Coke, I would be like, is there anything else? If it was there has been times where there has been nothing else to drink but Malibu, and I have reluctantly drank it. But I like coconut as an ingredient to cook with. So it's very strange. So yeah, it's a weird one. Don't know. I just not. I don't. It's just not for me. Because I've got like a friend who only he despises coconut so much that he only ever has like non-coconut like flavored curries. If that makes sense. Like most curries have, coconut milk to thicken the sauce or something like that. He like specifically will ask them to like what have you got in here that has no coconut in it whatsoever, because he just absolutely like despises the flavor of coconut. And that's fine if you don't like it. It is what it is. But I'm like, I like coconut. I just don't like Bounties or fake coconut. But that's it. Okay, that's a pretty good thing. What fake flavor do you guys not like? So is there a particular flavor of something that you don't like? You like its normal version, but there's like an artificial version of it. Like a lot of people don't like artificial bananas, because the artificial banana flavor is not what bananas taste like now. Coconut milk being a key ingredient for most curries is fine. Like, I like coconut. I cook with coconut milk. I keep getting lumps of coconut coming out of my teeth. This is grim. Not a fan. Ooh. Is my camera a bit laggy for you guys, or is that just me? I've reset it a couple of times, but it just feels like it's a little on the laggy side. Every now and again. Might be the cable. A little bit jumpy. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. Let me know if it gets really, really bad. I think it might just be the cable's on its way out, so I'll just have to swap out the cable at some point soon. I have a backup one, but if it's not too bad, I'd rather not do it midstream. Hey, Shakeums. Hey, ho. What's up? What's up, little man? Meow. Do. Oh, did you just see him raising his paw? He just wanted fusses and love. Just need a bit of love. We needed. You little affectionate bean. There you go. Open the window a bit for you. You like to look out the window sometimes. There you go. Okay, I get it. I love peanut butter, but I can't sit and eat peanuts. Oh, I could demolish a bag of peanuts. Like, I'm with Super Weasel. A bag of honey roasted peanuts in there. I feel like it's one of those, like, peanuts are one of those snacks where I won't intentionally go out and buy a bag of peanuts. But if you were to put a bowl of peanuts in front of me in, like, a bar or something, I'm eating the whole bowl. It's kind of a weird thing. I can eat peanut butter out of the jar with a spoon. But even with peanut butter, crunchy peanut, I'm weirdly specific in the fact that it needs to be cheap peanut butter. I'm not a fan of like when you get like the ones where you have to mix it yourself because like the oil is separated and you've got to sit there. And I'm like, I fully get like it's probably better for you and stuff, but I'm like, nah, give me Sainsbury's own brand, like, you know, with the red lid, crunchy peanut butter. That's the one. That's the good peanut butter to have. Okay, the lips are coming together. Peanut butter on a cheeseburger. Peanut butter on a cheeseburger is a good time. Oh, yes. Peanut butter on a cheeseburger is a good time. Crunchy peanut butter or butter. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a crunchy peanut butter. I think smooth peanut butter has its place as a ingredient to cook with. But I'm a crunchy peanut butter fan. Hey, handsome. What's up, little man? What's up? Oh, what's the matter? You pouring at me? What's up? What do you need? Do you want attention or do you want to go out? What is it? He's just meowing and pouring at me, the little guy. Marmite peanut butter, some good with some super strong cheddar. Yeah. Peanut butter and extra mature or above cheddar is a good time. It is a good time as a sandwich. Yeah. Redeemed eat a bounty. I'll time you out. Regarding cheap peanut butter, same regarding cheap peanut butter. I'm not fussy regarding crunchy or smooth. I feel like if I'm having it in a sandwich, I want the crunch. Whereas if I'm using it in cooking, like to make like a satay or something, I'll tend to use majoritively smooth and then add like a scoop of crunchy at the bottom if I wanted a bit more like texture to it. If you can't gather from this and my repulsion of eating the bounty, texture is a big factor in the foods I like. Gotta have good texture in foods. You feel like you gotta have it's gotta be both just like texturally appealing. Nom 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 nom. Oh, milkshake! I know. What's up? You see that? He just keeps turning around and pouring at me. What's up, little buddy? Little guy. Depends on the sandwich. That's fair. Okay, so in terms of bread, what's everyone's bread choice? You like a wholemeal, white, seeded, sourdough? What's your go-to bread? Talking thick, thin. I'm a medium slice seeded loaf guy. That's what I like. Doesn't matter if it's like white seeded or hey buddy, oh milkshake. I'm sorry, do you still want more attention? But yeah. Thick cut and malted. Ooh. Whatever's cheapest, that's fair. Or a tiger baguette. But yeah, I'm also a texture eater first. You gotta have them good ones, yeah. Another but plain white just doesn't hit anymore. Yeah. I feel like my problem with bread, and this is kind of like, is the fact that when you go and you look at the ingredients of bread, it's not just like flour and, you know, like the four ingredients you need, or four ingredients you need to make bread, which is what, like flour, yeast, water, and salt. Milkshake, no! No, they're not for you. Like, you look at bread now, and it's like 25 lists of preservatives and stuff, which is like, I'm always like, what? Like, why is everything just so full of stuff? And then it goes off so quickly. I'd rather just bake my own loaf at home. At least then I can pretty much, at least I know what's going in it. Milkshake. You think for a product which has that many preservatives in it, it wouldn't go off so quickly. Sorry, I sound like a proper old man moaning here. Go to is white Warburtons. To be fair, I also do most sorts of bread. Partner makes sourdough now. Ooh. Our bread is still better than American bread. True, which has got so much sugar to preserve it, it tastes like cake to me. That's fair. Yeah, I feel like we're better than the Americans. If there's any Americans in the chat, you heard me. Milkshake buddy, what's up? What's up, little man? He just keeps meowing at me and pouring at me to get fusses. What's up, little man? Hey. Hey, buddy. There you go. Because you keep getting my hand covered in fluff, which means I'm getting the model covered in fluff. I hope there aren't people who throw stuff out when it goes the second it goes past use day. I think there are milkshake, buddy. I think there's definitely people who do that. Like the moment it says Saturday, I'm very much a sniff it first. I'm like a sniff it. Does it sound like it's Saturday? No, it's good. Because the thing is, there's a best before date and there's a use by date, isn't there? feel like some things I can kind of maybe get it with. It poses like a bigger risk. Milkshake. Puppy. What's up? What's the matter? You just want some love. That's what I'm putting up with, chat. That's what I'm putting up with right here. This little guy just madly attacking me with his cuteness and adorability. Look at this little adorable guy. Human, no paint, only fuss. That's basically it. House uses Klingon food rules. It's okay if the food can help fight you back as long as you can beat it. Yeah, that is being a little jumpy, that camera, isn't it? I wonder why that's being so jumpy. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it's being so jumpy today. Heyo. The claw. You off down. Down he goes. I knew that's what he wanted. He wanted to go out. Little buddy. Well, let me let him out. Ugh. You off out for a bit? Yeah, bye, buddy. There you go. I get the impression he either needs to use the litter box or he was just bored. It is getting a bit warm in here, so he might be getting a bit too hot. So. Oh, bless him. Ooh. I just keep getting mouthfuls of coconut. It's just mouthfuls of coconut. It's not a good time. Not a good vibe. Drop a like when I go to the shop and get some chocolate-related products. That's fair. Food waste is one of my big pet peeves. I definitely think there is we need to be better as a country about handling food waste. I think even compared to the other, even compared to, like, when I lived in Wales for a while versus living in England, like, Wales was so much more on it about food waste and things that it was so much better for it than the UK is. Exclamation mark coconut check. Is it still there? Yeah. Yeah. I can feel it. I'm going to have to get like a toothpick and just brush my teeth or something after stream. And be like, that. That's very much what's happening. It's like, no, not a fan. It's like, no. Ugh. I feel that feels like one of the worst forfeits we've done on stream. We've done, to be fair, no, actually, the worst one we did on stream was the, when I thought it was a good idea to use the really spicy beans for the Bean Boozleds. And we had the Carolina Reaper beans. My good lord, that was rough. That's one of the few times I've had to go, I need to stop. Like, I need to stop on this one because like if I eat any more, I'm going to be like... Not a good time. For us, since we've grown a lot of our... we have a lot of growing fruit and veg, we're a bit more lax with that, but it all gets composted. That's true, yeah. We know the truth now, Lewis. The jig is up. Wait, what truth? What's the truth? Bean riots, that was it, yeah. I had to start, because it was like... Because we also had the extra spicy ramen, didn't we? As one of the big subathon forfeits. So I had to do the giant, the world's spiciest ramen, combined with the beans, the chili beans. It was too much. I had to stop. That's what caused the bean riots back in the day. Yeah, I don't think we've had any bean riots since. I've been pretty on it with the beans. At least for now, anyway. What was the truth revealed? What was the truth? The litigious nature of the world is a big corporate. Once food is past its use by date, you can't even give it away. Yes, that's the big one. Yeah, my mum used to manage our local food bank, and she had bins full of donations that she couldn't even give out. Yeah, I remember when the freezer broke down. The pub chain I was working at, and all this food, it was basically the freezer broke down, which meant it started to defrost, which meant it was perfectly fine to use, but we couldn't even give it away because if somebody got ill for it, and I remember just being like, oh, we all have to bin it all. I was like, we cannot bin this volume of food. This is outrageous. And they were like, nope, because if somebody has it, if we give it away to a food bank and someone's ill, no, we're liable and on the hook for it. And I remember being so annoyed about it. Because it was just like, it felt like so wasteful. So, between us here, I ended up putting in an anonymous phone call to a local food bank and said, it turns out there's a load of food here. If it's gone, you know, it's been defrosted. And they came and they picked it clean. I'm glad it went somewhere. I got into a lot of trouble for it, but it was worth it. I felt like I just couldn't bring myself to not do something about it. Like, there was nothing wrong with it. It was just defrosting. As long as it was eaten within the next day or so, it would have been fine. It would be no different to when you take something out to defrost yourself. I had to just do it. I remember I got into a lot of trouble. I very nearly lost my job. But I was like, just morally, I just couldn't do it. Oh, we clipped you saying we love bounty bars. No! No! My now print turned into a 2-hour print, and it's 11 hours. What? Why is it jumping all over the shop for your print? How is Cheeto Box and your printer so, like, wildly different from one another? I tell you what, that is pretty good though. If you guys are ever after some good cheap food, from like restaurants or supermarkets, use the Too Good To Go app. That's a good one for it. That's a good one for it. The Too Good To Go app. It's like it'll let you know which places in your area are like their food. They've made too much food, so they have a surplus, and it's basically you can pick it up quite cheap. Like you can get stuff from like Starbucks or cafes and various things like that, which is pretty good. It's worth looking at. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Because that's what it do. That's so weird. Why is it jumping all over the shop? I'm working on a platinum for a little to the left, which requires 100 daily puzzles solved. So lurking as I manipulate time. Oh, that's fair. What a wild. Ooh, that's cool. Doing God's work, specifically Zeech's work. Oh, it was not a fun bounty. It was not a good time. Bounties are bleh. Nothing will convince me otherwise. Things I do for charity, guys. I ate a bounty. Things I do. Ooh. The other things that food banks is that we have them at all. Yeah, it's very true. But yeah. So anyway, moving on. Moving away from the potential politics of the conversation that we're talking about. We have a no politics rule. I've got to keep to it myself. And we got to keep it positive and light. That's the whole goal of the channel, isn't it? What are we thinking? We've got about less than an hour until Games Workshop's Sunday announcements. What are we all hoping for? What are we all thinking? And also, for anyone who missed the announcement earlier on, excuse me, yeah, if anyone missed the announcement earlier on, we have officially raised over £5,000 for charity. Across our events that we've ran, we've now officially raised over £5,000 as a community for charity. How crazy is that, everyone? What a hell of an achievement you lot have all achieved. That is a massive, massive achievement. So, but yes, Massive, massive achievement. I want some new terrain to be sweet if GW releases some new terrain stuff. That would be kind of cool. I don't know if there's any on the docket to be released for now, though, is there? There was a made to order around Christmas time. I don't know if they announced any that I might have missed. I'm not sure if I have. Hell yeah, look at all the celebrations there. New Seraphon as always for prom. I mean, there was new Sylvaneth announced yesterday, so maybe Seraphon aren't too far off. Besides, you basically had a new Seraphon last week with the Maelstrom box, right? Talara and Dog Soldiers, basically a Seraphon. Ooh. It's blocked on here. Let's try and get some of this stuff picked off on here. Little highlights. It's going to be a lot neatened up when I go over with the black lining. Ooh. This new Sylvaneth will be a December release if last year's Valentine's reel is anything to go by. Fair. Ah yes, the Natman can we copy your homework me. It was very similar to your stuff. Fair play. Yeah, I feel like I think we're all kind of waiting on the next batch of Cathay stuff, right? It seems to have been a while since that stuff's been dropped, but announced. I still think though that when we get, based on the fact that the Iron Warriors are like kind of returning, I still think that we're going to see some sort of crazy new terrain update rules for GW with 10th edition, 11th edition, or whatever it's going to be, or the new update. I think. That's what I'm thinking anyway. I've been slapping some ochre onto some Fire Warriors. Hell yes, Misfit. Getting them all sorted. Doop, 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 doop. He's all blocked in here. And he said he'd finished off your hammerheads today for your tower as well. Well, it's not long till we get the Sunday showcase on the go, so after the GW preview, so I'm excited to see if you popped them in there, what they're looking like. Okay. These guys getting all blocked in. I love the champions thing. It's so exciting. I love the concept. Yeah, I think that is very, very cool. The whole, like, my only thing with it is whenever they've added in rules in the past for us to kind of create your own characters, they've never stuck around for very long, if that makes sense. They kind of, like, stay until the next edition and then they kind of disappear. So you only get them for a couple of months, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with you doing that more often. I reckon the Iron Warriors will be the next narrative set now that pre-orders have come for Maelstrom. I'm with you on that. I think they'll be up close to being next. Ooh. Do. Ooh. Where are we at? Yeah, I reckon like I feel like we're going to get some, because they've said they're going to be in the upcoming Eye of Terror book, which we haven't really had an announcement for yet. I assume that's going to be, it's been mentioned in name, but it hasn't been officially like announced. They've just said, oh, this is an upcoming book in the articles. We're just kind of waiting, really, aren't we? See what's going to be next. But yeah, I feel like it's still feels like, you know, the game's in a pretty solid place at the minute. It's going to be interesting to see what changes they bring in. I think the biggest things that they should focus on, for me, would be terrain rules. I think like having some sort of destructible terrain again would be really cool. Like, you build the map and there's like a big line of sight blocker. And it's like, cool, you can destroy this you spend a whole turn firing everything at it and you've got to kind of destroy it, would be pretty cool. And you could have certain units that are like siege experts and things. We've had those sort of rules before in the past, and I think they were good fun. The main problem is when people play at like events and tournaments and stuff, they kind of, a lot of people for speed will take those rules out of the game, which is I can get that logic. But I still think the rules should exist, whereas in this edition I feel like there's not much in the way of terrain rules. Not that that's like a bad thing, I get it, it's speed of the game. This is probably one of the fastest editions we've had, and that's a good thing to have for 40k, so I'd just like to see stuff a little bit faster, well, a little bit more fluffy and narratively. So 11th edition announced at Adepticon. I feel like that would be around about the right time that they announce it. But saying that, they normally traditionally announce it in the end of March, beginning of April. It's around the Easter holidays, but then it drops 2 months later in end of June, beginning of July. That's like kind of their normal release schedule. So Adepticon might be a little early, but I don't think it would be too bad. I suppose it depends if all those frustrating leakers and people who love data mining and spoiling stuff, it depends if they all leak it first, which I'm really hoping not. I like just let GW do the hype. Stop trying to find leaks and stuff and for 60 seconds of clout online. Let them hype their product up, please. That's how I'd much prefer it. So flyers need sorting too. Yeah, there aren't really much in an edition at the minute, are they? Yeah, make your own stuff tends to come towards the end of an edition, which makes sense. If it breaks the game, it's not broken for long. That's true. But I always stand by the point, there's nothing stopping you from running those rules at another time. So there's absolutely nothing stopping you from running those rules in your own games. Same with like the Arcs of Omen stuff, Psychic Awakening. Those rules, whilst they're not up to date for tournaments, there's nothing wrong with running them for a bit of like local fun games and plays. So you'll be fine for that stuff. I think we need a clean split between tournament terrain and friendly terrain. Yeah, I think that would be a good thing to do. Because I can get the logic of like L-shaped ruins, line of sight blockers, like the whole ITC level of terrain. I can get the logic of every game is then consistent. Everybody plays, everyone has a fair shout, and the speed, it does make sense when you're in that level of competitive tournament setting. I can understand that. But if I'm going to go play with friends and I want to go up to like some of the really cool themed tables up at Warhammer World, just for a casual bit of fun, I would love to have like much more in-depth terrain rules. Like I used to love the, do you guys ever remember the dice set? That was a terrain dice set. And basically before each game, or not even before each game, if you grabbed like an objective, you had to roll the dice. And it would say whether this was like mysterious terrain, was it a corrupted objective? Did it give you an advantage that it was really dense terrain and things like that? I loved those rules. I had so many fun memories of playing those games. It would be really cool if they were still a thing. So I think it's a good logic there to have two different variations of it. Destructible terrain, have a bunch of L-shaped ruins is boring, some asymmetric warfare would be nice, as war is never symmetric. Yeah. I think it's a tricky thing, because I get it from a tournament point of view. It's got to be a fairly even side of the board. Unless it's like a narrative scene like King of the Hill or like Siege or something. But I think that would be cool to add those into the game. Like siege modes and things like that would be really fun. But yeah. Like I can see both sides, and maybe having that split is a good way to do. But I think like having more people determined as like breacher style units of these guys are great at destroying buildings, these guys are great at this. They've tried it a few times in the past, but I think now that the rules are pretty solid for the core game, now's the time to experiment a bit with it. That's when Adepticon is. Is that the? Is that the end of the month? When is Adepticon? Adepticon. 25th to 29th of March. Okay, so it might be around then if they're announcing it slightly earlier. It could be, couldn't it? I think. So yeah, last weekend of March. It could drop around then. I'm hoping they're going to do a preview then. I've been really enjoying doing our watch-along previews on stream. So I'm hoping there'll be a preview around then that we can watch. Depending on what time it is. If it's like 3 in the morning, then I'm going to be like, yeah, no. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Okay, those done. Have all dirty leather. Maybe yellow and brown on this. The other shoe over here. I feel like this is the narrative run is trialing things for 11th. I think they've done that a few times in the past, but I think 11th is probably has been in play for a while in terms of rules and they've had to get all the books printed. They've probably already got stuff on their way to them and stuff. But I think, yeah, they normally tend to get a bit experimental towards the end of an edition, don't they? To kind of have a bit of fun. Arcs of Omen got reprinted in the Boarding Actions Compendium. Yes, yeah, I saw all the Arcs of Omen rules, didn't they? They got completely redone. Their Boarding Action stuff, didn't it? Which was pretty cool to see. I'm trying to think what else was... yeah, because that was the Boarding Actions terrain, wasn't it? The stuff. King of the Hill is Hank Hill joining 40k. I remember 3rd edition having a build your own vehicle rules in White Dwarf where you paid points for chassis size and added tracks or wheels, sponsons and weapons and transport. That would be fun to do. We've already got build your own characters. It'd be fun to see the next level of that, wouldn't it? 10th edition made list building boring. Is everyone around the same list? I can't say I've played 10th edition enough to know if that's the case. So I feel like I'm not educated enough to comment on that. It's because I haven't really played that edition. But if that's how it's turned out, that kind of sucks if that's the case. Yeah, having only really played Spearhead really during the period of 10th edition. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel. I can't. I don't know. For me, I don't know enough to say if that's the case for me. I just didn't play 10th edition just because there was nowhere locally really to play. And whenever I spoke to people who wanted to play it, they didn't really want to play. In terms of like, at like LGSs and sort of things. The people were just like, I haven't played in a while, so we'll play Combat Patrol, which is fine. I enjoy Combat Patrol, but actual list building a 2k point list is quite tricky to find. Maybe that was the reason for it. I just wasn't aware. But it seems to be a popular edition. There's a lot of people playing it, so that's why I was kind of like, I feel like it's obviously doing semi-good. Maybe. Um, 10th edition definitely locked in meta lists. Nah, true. I suppose it's only if you're playing at that meta level, though, isn't it? If you want to be playing competitively. There's nothing wrong with playing competitively. I've always said this. There's like different types of players. You've got, unfortunately, I think a lot of people think the competitive players are bad for the game. I don't think that is the case. I think they're the people probably keeping the game probably most alive in terms of like, they're the ones selling out events, which is great for, exposure and sort of things like that. And most of the time, if I've ever played against people who are in that really competitive circle, I've had fantastic games. I've had the joy of playing against the former world #1. That was the most enjoyable game ever. I got thrashed, but it was fun. for it. But yeah. But I think it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's like there is very much sometimes a reputation of like us versus them on competitive players, isn't it? For like people like, oh, meta is bad. I don't think meta is bad. I think people who say I'm not playing meta and then turn up running the meta list, they're bad. That's always the one I think. You know, it's kind of one of those. There was a story of a guy. There was a local guy who basically the day after one of their big events, I think it was like Nova or something. The number one, like the list that won the event, there was a guy locally who put it in a local group and said, "Oh, this is the list I'm taking to my my friends, to a local friendly tournament. What do you guys think of this list?" And everyone just absolutely just went and said, "You're taking this to a local friendly tournament. This is literally the list that just won the massive tournament then like last night or like yesterday. Like everyone will know you're just trying to be like a sweaty meta player at a friendly event. Like there's a time and place for those lists, and that a friendly local event is not one of those times." And I think that's like something which is always good. Is like they're like, nah, we're calling that out. But yeah, I didn't play 10th edition enough, I don't think, to kind of know how the meta is doing or how the game is doing. I think I've only heard, I've either heard nothing or I've heard negative things, but from people who haven't played it, if that makes any sense. I've seen like a lot of negativity from people who haven't played the edition, and that's mainly because they don't like the edition, so they haven't played it, which is like, that's fine. That your negativity experience is coming from the fact that you're not enjoying the format, which is completely acceptable if you're not liking it. But I feel like it's hard for me to then know is that a personal thing or is that a problem with the game without knowing, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, I think the war gear cost could come back in some form. When a unit has multiple loadouts, there's always one that is suboptimal that never gets used. Potentially. I mean, it works well in Age of Sigmar, though, isn't it? That you just get to pick which weapon choice you want. I guess is the conversation with that. Competitive is a whole different ballgame. Just do repetitive. I prefer beers and pizza and a sweet-looking table setup. Yeah, that's kind of it, isn't it? There's different variants of it. As a chan, I'd play you. Yeah, I love 10th. That's true. In 9th, we got World Eaters, and they're two totally different ways to compose an army with army rules. Then in 10th, everything went down the same route. Fair. I think, yeah, that's yeah. Don't hate competitive players. They're the reason you can buy cheap units on eBay every time a balance sheet comes out. Bless them. That is true. I think there is a big list of, like, we've talked about it quite a lot before, is like, there's always been a lot of people who've not been fans of competitive, being competitive's ruining the game, and I'm like, I don't think it is. As someone who's not a competitive player, I think my stance on it is I think the people who are it's if you've got 100 players playing at the tournament, the top 25% and the bottom 25% are some of the people having the most fun. And then I think the people between, it's just my opinion. This is my opinion on this one. Let me get my pen out because I feel like this works better as a little drawing. So I always think this is a good way. This is how I perceive it. Need a pen. Let me grab this. Gonna write on my board. It'll be fine. So I think for me, I think you get. We've got a piece of paper rather than drawing on my playmat. Draw the back of this. Right. So I think you have, for me, you have, so there's 100 people playing, and you've got top, bottom, right, and you got 100 people. I think the top 25% and the bottom 25% are the people having the most fun at an event. I think. I feel like for me, you've got these are super happy people, and these are super happy people because they're in the top and they're doing really well, and you've got people down the bottom who are doing really badly, but they're having a great time. You've then got, so this is the middle, this is the 50%. You've then got probably between 40% and 60%. Again, you've got people here who are happy. They're not having the best time, but they're happy. If that makes sense. Thank you for the follow. Welcome home. Like, that's what I think is happening there. So, you know, you get those people. Then there is a weird group, and this is just my experience. You then have a weird group kind of here and here who are the big negative naysayers. And in my opinion, you've got this group that believe they should be here and call the people here horrible and sweaty. So they are like sad people. They're angry people. You know. Then they also dump on these people here, like because they're like, I'm better than you, you know, sort of thing. There's like there's that level, and the same thing kind of happens here. You get a group of people who they look at this lot as ultra sweaty and competitive because they think they should be there, but then they look down upon the people here. And that kind of makes sense. Like, I feel like this is my experience of it. The problem we have is the small percentage here, so like 10% and 10%. The 20% that make up these two categories are the loudest people. They're the most loudest and most negative people and this just doesn't just go for Warhammer 40k. It goes for Age of Sigmar. It goes for any other tabletop game, or generally tournaments in general. You know, these people here are in the problem then is the people in the middle only see this lot, and they think everybody who is in this bracket or above is angry people. And then you have these people see the angry people here and think everyone below them is angry. So they think the people at the bottom of the table are having a horrible time and hate them. You think the people in the top are having a horrible time and hate them. And then you can't see past like your little bracket window. And I think that's the problem. Whereas actually, if you can break past that barrier, and if these lot then chat to these people, it's all super happy. And if these lot chat to these people, it's all super happy. Like, there's just these people here and here that, in my experience, are the most negative. Because they believe they should be placed higher. And then they have a superiority complex which makes them look down upon them. And it is these two areas where you see the most cheating and the most win at all costs. So I always say that there's different like things where you got people who are competitive, who want to win, play to win but play fair. They are always in the top. Occasionally somebody from this bracket who cheats gets up there and gives this whole bracket a bad name. Likewise down here, you get the salty people. You get the people who are like, I've gone 6-0 at a tournament, 0-6 at a tournament, but I'm having an absolute howler of a time because it's so much fun. But then you get the people here who want at least one win. So they'll do whatever they can. They'll bend the rules. They'll do a cheeky, oh yeah, that roll wasn't quite right. That was a cocked dice. They'll cheat a little bit because they need to go away with a win to make them feel better. And then you got the people in the middle who have gone 3-3, 3-3, 4-2, 2-4, whichever way round it is. They're pretty happy. Because they're having a good time. Does that make sense to people? Does that kind of give you an idea of like where my brain works at for this stuff? And it's just this 10% here and here is hyper negative, in my experience. Catching up over here. Catching up with chat. I think Verity set the absolute nail on the head there. It all comes back to having that conversation first of expectations. And there's we've chatted about this before with Ape Justice in the chat. One of the best players of Warhammer I've ever played against. They are just phenomenally good, and they will set that expectation. They'll go, oh, I want to have a game? What would you like to do? And I'll be like, well, what list are you bringing? And they'll go, oh, I'm bringing this a competitive list for an event I'm going to. Would you mind me trying it against you? Absolutely no issues. Whereas they'll go, oh, I built a meme list. Do you want to have a meme game? Hilariously, yes. And I know the expectations going into that, and I think that is what there needs to always be more clarity around that. And if you go to an event, you're kind of going with the expectation that you want to kind of win and you want to place. That's kind of the logic. But by the time you've played 2 games, you know roughly where you're going to be in this bracket. But I think the problem is these people here. So, welcome back, newbie. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I was explaining, we were chatting about kind of competitive scene, terrain, and people were saying about like kind of negative experiences against people who are like people who are like win at all costs and various things. And I was trying to give my perspective on it. So, and basically my side of it is, if you're in the top 25%, let me put the percentages on here. That's 35. So 35, 35. So this is 30%. So, if you are, in my opinion, if you're in the top 25% or the bottom 25% or the middle 30%, say there's 100 people playing, so in these positions or at a tournament, you are having the best time at an event. You're having so much fun. And you are a delight to play against. If you are in these 2 little brackets of 10% here, that is normally the really negative, angry people. As a generalization, there are very much exceptions. And I find because these people believe they should be in the top 25%, and they are then really negative about these people, calling them cheats, being really not very nice, generally sort of people. And then the problem is this people in the middle who are kind of going 3-3 out of 6 games, or maybe have won 4 but lost 2, or vice versa, don't see past this bracket. So they then think everybody in the top 35% are sweaty, competitive, win at all cost kind of like cheater people. There's only a small minority that do that, but that's enough to kind of, because they're so loud about it, they make these lot think everybody above them is bad. Likewise, the people from down here, people who are coming dead last, are having a hell of a time. They're having so much fun because they're probably taking a non-meta list, but they're taking some of their favourite models that they want to run. They're having a great time. There's the occasional person who's just had some bad rolls, who might be a bit negative, but overall everyone's pretty happy. But then there's a small percentage here who look down upon these people because they think they should be up here. And then they're negative about these people saying, oh, this is meant to be a fun event and these people are running sweaty lists. And it's like, well, no, they're not. And it's the same logic. They don't see past either bracket. So that was my drawing. But the bits at the top are, when these people talk to the people at the bottom and they ignore this 10%, everyone's happy. When the people in the middle talk to the people in the top and get tips on how to improve and things, they're happy. It's just these percentages here. And I think this applies to any competitive event, in my opinion. Like, kind of any competitive event. It's kind of one of those sort of things. And that's just kind of my perception of it. I have had some of the best games I've ever had against people in the top 10 of, like, the game. And genuinely, I've had some of the best games. I've got absolutely trounced, but they've been so much fun. And I've had hilarious games with people who are just bad at the game. Because they're running a fun, silly, memey list, and I've matched that, and we've had a good laugh. But then I've had games where I've wanted to quit the hobby playing against people in these brackets. And that's kind of it. So, I normally sit around here. Or here. I'm very rarely here. I'm normally here. So, yeah. So, there we go. That's what you walked into. I'm going to catch back up a chat. In my opinion, Warhammer is hampered by IGOUGO. What's IG? Or I go, you go. Is it as in like I go, you go, rather than alternating activations? Is that what you mean? Competition isn't the issue, win at all costs is. I do think win at all costs is very much one of those. They're the people who will fluff rolls. They'll go. They're the people who are like, I don't know. I was trying to find some dice. They're the people who are like, roll. This is one of the things that I've caught people out with before, and I'm always very big when I get annoyed about it. Is that's dice. That's my big bag of dice. People who do this. Yeah, cool. They all hit. No, sorry, no, I didn't see your dice. Oh, that's not my fault. You're too slow. Okay, I've got to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got to make 8 6-up saves. Yeah, they're all saved. That's it. And the moment you call them out to re-roll, they go, judge, judge, judge. Like, those people exist, and I have played games against those people. That's what I call the people who are like win at all cost. That's my when I think of people who win at all costs, that's those. And people do that. People genuinely do that. I have played games with people. But they are not people who play at the hyper-competitive level. They're people who think that they should, but they don't. Because they think by going online, researching the meta list, and just putting that down is enough for them to win. They don't learn the rules of the game. They don't learn the complexities and how to run the list. They think they go online, they go, right, what's the number one winning event? Okay, AdMech. Cool, I'm going to buy that list and run that. Wait, why am I not winning? It's kind of one of those. It's like, those are the sometimes the people where there's always a bit of a struggle, in my opinion. Again, this is all my opinion. That's my experience. This analogy applies to all competitions, though. Even breaking down painting competitions probably have that breakdown. I think that's the case. I have seen that before, where people get angry, going back to the doodle, where people get angry at, if you put this in any competition, this applies to trading card tournaments, this applies to, and even painting competitions. People who think they should be in the top 25%, but are here because this is a gold, silver, bronze. A lot of people here who kind of don't get for any of those awards will call these people sweats and, they shouldn't be doing it. They're obviously friends with people and blah, blah, blah. Whereas everyone down here who just got some constructive feedback is really happy. And then everyone down here who didn't get constructive feedback is annoyed at these people. And then you got the people at the bottom. This is normally where I am, where I've submitted this into a painting competition for lols. Because I just want to make people smile. I don't expect to win. I just want people to look at it and go, is that Jar Jar Binks? That's it. Like, there's that level of, like, which way it works. So, but yeah. Verity's hit once again, hit the nail on the head. I've said it many times and I'll say it again. If you are so desperately in need of that win, therapy is cheaper than whatever you are doing here. It's a very valid point. If you need a win that badly, there is something else that is causing you to want that win. And all I can say in that case is, like, I hope you find whatever it is that you need, because it is not playing this. I completely and utterly agree with that. So yeah, there we go. I'm back with chocolate products. I have a 4-pack of bounties and a Terrace Chocolate Orange Easter egg. You had me at the Easter egg, and the bounties, you can keep them. And mine can help you, though. They can indeed. The best thing that you can win is the Favourite Opponent Award. You 100% earned that. Nothing to do with dice, or which minis you can afford, or who painted the army. That's your own. I agree. If I get a Best Sportsmanship reward, that's a great goal. That's a great accolade. That's why whenever I've done events in the past, I've always had them that as a rule. You know, best. There's always like best painted, best theme of army. I think is always a fun one. And then of course you have the other bits which are most best sportsmanship and things. I think that's a prize to get somebody to get. Yeah, when I enter painting competitions here, I don't expect to win. I just enjoy the painting. It's always the way I do it. Also, I never go into anything expecting to win anything at all. I just go in thinking, I hope people enjoy it. I hope people smile. Sometimes it can be a little disheartening if you put a lot of effort into it and you don't get something. But it's also like, don't ever expect it. Art is subjective. Some people may like what you do, some people don't. There's a lot of people out there who don't like the fact I put Jar Jar Binks' face on things, and that's fine. I have to understand that art is subjective. And taste is something that, not everybody has. So... Rachel's like, oh! Oh. I'm all about the best painted, as I know I have an interesting resting face. Alternating activation provides constant engagement for both players. You aren't losing interest after 3 minutes of doing nothing, but looking for fluff in your belly button. It is an interesting one. I just don't know... Because there is alternating activation in Legions Imperialis. And Apocalypse had alternating activation. But I don't think they've ever quite got the balance right for it in 40k. But that's the thing. I think there are other games that do that really well. Like, we saw it with Age of Sigmar with the priority roll and how they put that into play and what was good and what was bad about it. Oh, my camera's frozen. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me a sec. That's not liking that, is it? Bear with me. Do. Nope, it's not coming back. Come on, camera, why are you being awkward? It's not liking this. Give me a second. Go on, camera, you've been fine for ages. I mean, it has been struggling a little bit today, hasn't it? Oops. Bear with me. I reckon I know what it is. I reckon that they've just rolled out an update for it, and I've been caught in that weird middle spot where there's no update. So, switch over to here for now. This is while I sort this out. So bear with me. When I get discouraged from getting tabled back to back, I just gaslight myself into enjoying it. It's kind of, isn't it? When you just go, right, well, I'm just here to have a laugh and have fun, isn't it? It's kind of one of those. Yeah, the target audience of my work is me. Anyone else is a bonus. That's true. I get it works well for one-page rules, but you got to remember is that one-page rules isn't 40k. If they turn around and made a big change like alternating activation, the big thing there would be is would they then discourage all the people who like the current play format? I do agree that alternating activation can add a dimension to the game. However, if for 40k, alternating activation, it also has its problems as well in other game systems. So I feel like 40k's rules are the way they have been for a long time because they work and they're popular. But I think there is levels that they can learn between them. Like Age of Sigmar is doing the whole like priority rolls, Warcry and various other ones have different activations. I think it's kind of one of those. It's one of those, isn't it? There are other games that other people enjoy and go back and forth with. It's tricky, isn't it? Right. I think trying a game of 40k where each player puts a dice in the bag to represent each unit they have, and then take turns to draw a dice and activate it could be fun. That's the same as Bolt Action, isn't it? Bolt Action does that. I think Bolt Action, is that the one that does the alternating one with a bag of dice? Let's see if the camera comes back. No. Come on, camera. It's not liking this camera coming back right now. It's connected to the computer. It's the connection to OBS that isn't loading up. Because I've got it on my computer. So that's bizarre. So that's the screen where it's capturing the camera. But it's not showing up in OBS. How bizarre. Where it's captured on my screen. That's weird. In the middle of stream as well. How frustrating. Yeah. Weird that's just cropped up on there. Well, it just means that if it, like I said, the only way to fix this would be to check if there's an update or anything, and when this has happened before. And I'd rather at this point. There we go. That's it. Install the update. There's a new version of the camera hub. That's what it is, so it's not connecting to OBS. So that's rolled out in the middle of me streaming. Like, darn you! So, yeah. Which probably means that the camera be gone for now. Riff for 6 minutes, I know. Oh, but yeah, it'll probably be like, you can update this, but you need to close and reopen OBS, which I'm not gonna do. So we can get ready to, well, we've got 5 minutes, haven't we, until the GW preview, so I can kind of wait for that. So I'll just chat. So, yes. Surprise whip stream. Yeah. Time to eat another bounty. I will time you out already. Yeah, just typical, isn't it? Are you going to stream the preview? We always do, yes. On a Sunday, we always put the GW Sunday showcase up, and we chat about it. They used to do videos, so we don't do videos anymore. I just talk through it. That's kind of what we get. So that's what we're going to have. Obviously, sometimes the preview drops early, but we only ever do it at 6 o'clock. So if it has dropped early for any reason than that, just I'll say hang fire until 6 p.m. because that's when we do it for everybody. So people join at that time to chat about it. So it's just on one of those. Just want to try something a second. Okay, question. What do I want? Nando's, Curry's, Mackey's, Harvester, or Subway? Everyone's saying KFC. I'm gonna say Curry. Feel like I'm torn between Curry or Nando's. That's what I'm kind of thinking there. Yeah, I'm feeling like Curry or Nando's. I feel like, ooh, I think that's worked. Hold on a second. Is my camera now back? It came back! Success! Woohoo! Success. It came back for the 3 minutes before we do the preview. Oh, now what are Nando's? You forget chat selectively can't read sometimes. Well, you don't like KFC. Interesting. What is it about KFC you're not a fan of? I had a Nando's last week after my gym session. It was so good. I have had KFC twice this week. I don't need KFC again. But yeah, too much food. But yeah, no, I feel like KFC. The problem I'm finding with KFC at the minute is it's really expensive if you're not buying a bucket. If that makes any sense. Like, if you're buying like a bucket of chicken or something, you're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I've got this. I've got leftover chicken to reheat in the air fryer. Which, just FYI, reheating KFC in the air fryer is absolutely awesome. But I find like if you go in for like a rice box or something, it's like by the time you pay for a rice box meal, you're only like 2-3 quid short of buying a bargain bucket, and you're like, what? Maybe I'll make fake Nando's for dinner. Ooh, that could be good. KFC is so depending on the branch as well. Like the two we have here, one is sweaty and grim, and the other is normally 10 out of 10. That is very true. Is incredibly true. We have one good one, one bad one. And it's just me tonight, as many Sithers that are friends for a sleepover. Ooh. You got that place here, South Sith? What are you getting up to? Chilling out, building more Lego, playing some games? What's your plan? A bath, a couple of lush bath bombs, chill and relax. Pop on Lord of the Rings in the background. Play some Stardew Valley. I feel that sounds like a Sith evening of enjoyment. Look sadly at emergency ramen while listening to KFC talk. But emergency ramen's always a good shout. Ramen is always a good shout. That's the upside. Snuggled on the sofa watching a Crazy Bean Man stream. It's me, I'm the Crazy Bean Man. What do you mean? I'm not a crazy bean man. I'm a perfectly sane bean man. Oh no, yeah, I'm perfectly sane. See? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Where's he going? Yeah. I'm gonna knock everything over, but it's worth it. There ain't nothing crazy about me. Everybody should have a bean. This is my bean buddy. Hello, friend. Hello. Oh no! Seth, no! Making me eat the beans. Oh, right as preview kicks in as well. Let's see what we get. Oh, dun 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 dun. Oh no. This is either rotten egg or buttered popcorn, or stink bug or toasted marshmallow. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. I feel like it's probably buttered popcorn or rotten egg. I think it's buttered popcorn, but whatever it is, it's not very tasty. I think it's buttered popcorn. It's not bad, but it doesn't taste like buttered popcorn, if that makes sense. It doesn't taste like egg either. Oh, I'll take that as a win. Hey, Slendy, welcome on in. How you doing? Have another just to make sure. Not for 30 minutes. Oh, right. Anyway, it is preview time. Should we have a look and nosy and see what is coming up for pre-order this week from the wonderful peeps at Games Workshop? Let's have a nosy and a look, shall we? So, diving on in. Ooh, interesting. Let's move this over here so we can fit it all in properly. The Sunday preview, Reap the Bone Tithe with Osseous Reinforcements. Oh, Battle Tome Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Okay. Nice, it was Age of Sigmar. Okay, that's kind of good to know. So, Ossiarch Bone Reapers to muster the undead elites and reap the tithe of bones as Nagash's realm. You need your best martial strategies, and you can find them, as well as updated War Scroll, Spearhead, and Path to Glories in this Battle Tome. Hell yes. That's pretty good, actually. I'm pretty hyped for Ossiarch Bone Reapers. This is, if I was to start an Age of Sigmar army now, this is the army I think I'd be most tempted by. I feel Kerry will be happy about this, Sith. That means there'll be some new models coming out. Doing well, just finished another Traitor Sister. Hells yes. Well, if you've got anything, if anybody has any models or any hobbies they finished off, you've still got just over 25 minutes to get something in for the Sunday showcase if you want to show off your minis. !Sunday in the chat if you want to show off what you've been working on. This will come with the standard edition. You have the hardback or you have the Gamers edition, which is the A5 one with the War Scroll cards. Kicking off, you get Liege Cavalos on War Chariot. This is the much needed chariot character that this force has needed for a while. Because there's a lot of really fast moving units in here, but not that many fast HQs. You've kind of got like the mounted guy, and that's about it, I think. So nice that there's going to be a chariot version. And of course, you can build it as a standard, or just war chariot with a choice of like throwing spears. You've got it's throwing spears, a mace or a bow, not an axe. It's a very cool looking model. I have an idea about if I was to get some Ossiarchs of how I'd paint them. Could be kind of fun, but I'm in no rush to add to my pile of stuff at this moment in time. Liege Mortek. So this is kind of like your general kind of like bog standard captain sort of model that you'd see in many other units, armies. This has got a lot of versatility, as we can see here. You've got the option over here where it has a sword and shield, a short sword and shield. You've got axe, and you've got spear. So a lot of different options in this. You get a choice of axe, spear, or sword. But it does come with an unhelmeted head and a couple of different helmet options, which is very nice to see. I think that's pretty cool, actually. You got some really, really nice options in there, and a very cool character. This is just crying out to be kit bashed with a Necron, in my opinion. Mortek Triaxes. This is a big box. This is a big old box you get in here. So these are the much needed, again, ranged archery unit that the Ossiarchs have needed for a while to kind of be a bit more balanced. I felt like they've needed them for a little while and they look fantastic. And it looks like you're going to get a box of 20. Which is pretty cool. So, yeah, guilds of 20 Triaxes and 4 Balefire Braziers. That's kind of cool. They are going in harder, like, you just need to buy a box and you've got 20 of these. And I think that's not a bad position to be in for this army. That's quite nice, actually. I also like the fact that I'm assuming they're going to have some sort of rule where if they're close to these, like, things, they get extra hits on their weapon or something, I'm not sure. Like, extra, like, damage, because, like, they can choose to set fire to their arrows or whatever. I like these a lot. Mortis Reapers as well. You are eating good, Ossiarchs. You are eating well. A stealthy, sneaky unit. Again, something that the Ossiarchs didn't really have. I like these guys a lot. I love the fact that they've got this really, really cool, like, cloak and dagger. Again, kind of makes me think a little bit Like, these could be cool uses, something like... There's a lot... Like, I know I shouldn't do this right away, but there's a lot of kit bash potential here. I feel like they could look really cool as some kind of messed up Necron flayed ones. I would be intrigued to know if they work as, like, mandrakes as well for Dark Eldar. Yes! Darksiders 2 Death, 100% yes. It with the cowl and everything. They look very cool. Hey, Heed, how are you doing? Oh, I didn't realize the Spearmen also come in 20s. That's cool. That's very cool. Having snapped on the legs on the Underworld's team, all those spindly legs scare me. Yeah. I've not built any Ossiarchs. That might change. That might change. I love these though. I think these look fantastic. Very, very cool. I love that they've got these like kind of like smoke effects to kind of help them with their like kind of stealth in, stealth out. They're very cool. Oh, nice, this guy. Wait, did he go off sale for a while? I have... I just dropped the squigs. I have this guy. The Mortisan Soul Reaper. What's happened with him before? The members of the order most inclined towards outright destruction. Was that locked behind a box? And we didn't realise? I have this guy. He's on the shelf behind me. There he is. I have this guy that I've kit bashed into a Necron. Made him into a Necron Overlord. Was he in an army box or something? It's a really cool model. It's a very cool model. So yeah, I don't know. But now available kind of on its own. I guess it must have been locked behind something. In an army box, or maybe it was in the spearhead. Perhaps. Maybe it was locked in the spearhead. That happens sometimes, doesn't it? But a really cool model. Lots of kit bash potential with that guy. So, really, really cool. Oh, thank you, Luna. Yeah, I haven't really painted this guy up yet for my my kit bash. He has the torso of a royal warden. And then I basically just swapped the body, put the royal warden torso on it, whacked a different head, and then made an orb. That orb is made out of green stuff. Made it in 2 halves and then kind of glued it together. So you've still got kind of the spindly legs at the back, because they're kind of glued into the cloak, so to speak. And then just wanted to put some extra cables on here, which is from an AdMech, to go to the school. I should probably paint this up at some point. I should probably paint that up. It's been sat on my side for a while now. Oh, it was originally only in the spearhead. Thank you for that, Orkman. I wasn't sure where it was before. And welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Next up, we have the spearhead. So the new Ossiarch Bone Reapers Calvalos Vanguard. Ooh, mounted Vanguard. Ooh, that's a cool spearhead. That's a fast spearhead. So what have you got here? You've got you've got Death Riders, Liege Cavalos. So what do you get everything in here? So you get 1 Liege Cavalos, 8 Tetric Court miniatures, which is these guys here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe not. Is there an 8th one in there somewhere that I can't see? 10 Calvos Death Riders. If not used to play Spearhead, the Liege Calvos can alternatively be built as the hero Arch Calvos Xantos, which is the character model. That's pretty cool. Yes, that guy. That's pretty cool. That's quite a cool kit, actually. I quite like that. You say only, but you had to put it together. True, that's true. But there were so many Royal Wardens floating around for Necrons. It was like perfect to kit bash. But yeah. This is a nice spearhead. Fast spearhead. As I'm only really playing Age of Sigmar spearhead at the minute, this is kind of tempting. Kind of tempting. A new Regiment of Renown as well. Whoa, there's some cool characters in here. So this is the Heralds of the Bone Tithe. So you've got some spearmen. So that's 10 spearmen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 spearmen. The character, the one which reads out the names of the people who are about to be beheaded, isn't it? It's the Executioner. As regiments of renown heralds of the Bone Tithe can be used in both in all Flesh Eater Corps, Nighthorn, and Soulblight Gravelord's army, while the individual units for Vok Morton, the Master of the Bone Tithe, 3 Immortal Guard and 10 Mortek Guard, can also be potent additions to any Ossiarch's Bone Reaper's force. Wait. Whoa, wait a second. You can use this as a regiment renowned for any of the other death factions? Not Soulblight Gravelords. No, yeah, Soulblight Gravelords, Flesh Eater Corps, and Nighthorn. Oh, that's so cool. So if you wanted to splice a little something in with your Nighthorn army or your Soulblight Gravelords, you just run this regiment of renown. That's really cool. I didn't know that was the thing. That's very cool. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. That's very, very cool. So kind of get a good bit of versatility on the tabletop then. Okay. I like that. That's something I'd love them to bring back. Do you guys ever remember the allies table for 40k? Where it's like, who were mortal enemies, allies of convenience, battle brothers, whatever it was. I'd love to see that come back. That'd be really fun. Oh, they're pretty dice. They're very pretty dice. Green with this nice like marbled bone colour. Some nice Ossiarch Bone Reaper's dice. They look very cool. Very cool. And nice and easy to read, which is always a key thing for good dice. That's very cool. Yeah, with the dark green markings and the faction icon on the 6 face. Do you guys ever remember the period of time where GW switched suppliers for dice? Like manufacturing ones, and people kept putting the skull as the 6 and then the faction symbol as a 1, and then they then changed it so the skull was a 1 and there was no faction symbol, and then there was a faction symbol as the 1 and a 6 normally, and then there was a skull as the 6 with nothing on the nothing on the 1. There was like a set of dice which were like The recent Zeech dice and Lumineth dice were lovely. They were really nice. I have got an old set of Zeech dice somewhere around here. I found when I was sorting the room out. Where did I put them? That I forgot I had. I'll have to find the image of them. That I forgot how nice this set of Zeech dice were. Where are we at? Where is it? It was... Oh, this one. Is there a better photo? That one. I found a box of these the other day when I was tidying up. These really cool Zeech dice. How cool are they? I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I'll just probably add them to my dice bag, which are really cool. I did like these, but these are the ones that had the skull as a 1 and the Zeech symbol as a 6. So it was like, they're very, very cool though. Like, there's the... Yeah, I found those the other day. I was like, ooh, more dice. The symbol should be a 6 and the skull should be a 1 if it's going to be done that way. Yeah, that should always be the case. I think they've kind of like learned their lesson a bit and gone back to it, which is good. And where are we at? It looks like there is actually some terrain sets. There was a request for terrain sets earlier. Which is very, very cool. I think, yeah, we are getting some terrain sets. We have Age of Sigmar terrain sets. Ooh, nice. Some really nice ones. They heard my prayers. They did indeed. Some AOS terrain sets. This is really nice. So these have been out before, haven't they? These are just a re-release, I think, of some of these. These look lovely. So some of them were in... what were these? These were in a previous box set. Was it the... it was like the Realm of Gur or something? Because you've got the bones here. I think it was in like one of the Warcry previous sets. I remember these coming out. Did it say in the description? Mortal Elves, the range of reissued terrain kits made to represent half a constructed settlement built in the followers of Sigmar. You can assemble your building outpost from a cleansing Aquilith Nexus Siphon, Domicile Shell with Winch, Guardian Idol, and the little Gur-themed flare with Megalodon Remains. Okay. I think it was one of the starter sets. I can't remember which one, though. I think it was because we had the first start set didn't really have that much terrain. The second one had all the graves, the Soulblight Gravelord stuff. Maybe the third wave? Wait, were we on 4th edition AOS or 3rd edition now? I can't remember what edition we're on. What did we have? We had we are on 4th edition AOS. So this might be... Is this from Dominion? No, this won't be from Dominion. There was from something. It was a start set from something. I have to do some research to figure out what it was. Looks really nice, though. I like the Aqualoth. I think this is really cool. I wonder if I can remember how to paint waterfalls. You did do a stunning job on your Lumineth terrain piece. You're just going to apply that to this and you're sorted. This looks like something out of the Silver Moon City, where in World of Warcraft, looks like where the Blood Elves were stored. The Blood Elves were. This reminds me of that. It looks very cool. So nice sets of terrain. Next up we have the new kit from the Underworld's Warband. Oh, this is tempting. This is very tempting. I'm quite slightly tempted for this. This is kind of tempting here. The Thanatek's Tithe, which is the new Warhammer Underworld's Warband. First set we've had in a while released for Underworlds, isn't it? We haven't had a new set in a little while. The guy in the middle with the 4 arms is very cool. That's Thanatek himself, I would imagine. Which is very, very cool. They are on the hunt for the true bone. An osseous matter imbued with an unusual purity. Thanatek's Tithe is a flex-style warband of 5 Ossiarch Bone Reapers led by, of course, Thanatek themselves. I like the fact you get the 2 kind of like stealth guys and then the 2 guys which have like a monolith style slab in their heads. I don't know what they are, but I love them. Also, is this not the most come at me bro pose ever in the background right here? Like I feel like that's it, right? Where are we at? Like that guy here in the back. Oh wait, my face is covering it. I didn't realize. Like 1 second, let me move my head. This guy here in the back is like the most come at me bro pose, like bring it on. I like it. I like this a lot. I'm back. It's very, very cool. And then a new Rivals deck, which is the Nexus of Power. So, because they've gone down this format now, wasn't it? You used to be able to deck build in Underworlds. It's now just pre-constructed decks. And but they are kind of agnostic to run with each faction, so some will work better than others, which is kind of cool. So I like those. Yeah, this is a take and hold Rivals deck style. It's very cool. I do want to play more Underworlds. I have my Doratos fully painted up, and I have the cards for them. I would like to play this more. Over on Warhammer Plus this week, we have Demon Primarch Mortarion and his odious offspring face a ravening stampede of Tyranid horrors in Battle Report. Plus, 3 Black Library authors share their expert advice for participating in Black Library Open's submissions program in Scribes and Scriveners. And we take a look at veteran staff members' narrative-led Imperial collection centered around the Adeptus Mechanicus on Armies of Renown. Ooh. Here at Warhammer Community, we have even more reveals coming from the Cursed Realm around the Eye of Terror, and an in-depth looks at the rules in the new Battle Tome Ossiarch Bone Reapers. This is intriguing. This is more reveals, because we've had all the sneaky previews. We've had all the stuff that was the Iron Warriors like sneak reveal, sneak peek stuff. That stuff has already been. We've had all of those images have now been mapped to a model. So could be something new. Could be something from a rumor engine. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know what else is coming. I tell you what, this is the first week, I think, in a long time, no one has guessed anything. In terms of, like, I don't think any of us were expecting Ossiarch Bone Reapers to drop this week. We're still waiting on Custodes, still waiting on Cathay. The closest we had was I think the guess for Terrain. This is interesting. This is very interesting. Well, I think the second monitor is going in the bin. I can't even get into it. Oh no! Might be worth. I don't know. Can you whack it on eBay for like 10 quid, spares and repairs, collect only, or whatever? Sometimes people will buy stuff like that. I feel those could make cool Teen Steel Occult characters with the head swaps. I agree. They're very cool, especially the guy with the 4 arms. This is very cool. They keep throwing curveballs in these releases, but I'm very happy with the stuff coming this year. Yes, yeah, I feel like it's been good releases. Pretty much week on week. I'm just kind of waiting. I just want Custodes. That's the next thing that I really want to purchase. So, I mean, what have I got? We've got the Mangler Squig, which we've worked on for the event. But otherwise, I've got, going back to what we'll be working on after we've done the Mangler Squig. I've got Legions Imperialis, which I've been working on. I've got all the Saturnine stuff for that. I've got my Necromunda stuff. I'm going to finish off. I've got to finish the Jarlrog. And then Darkwater. I think the Darkwater is probably the newest. Darkwater and the Legions Imperialis are the two newest things I bought this year. So I kind of got to get through those. Right, exactly. Where is the Cathay? I think something's happened to the molds, Battle Squig. As I was saying earlier, I think if they don't announce it today, I think something's happened with the Cathay molds. I don't know what. I think something maybe is... or the book itself might have had a printing error and they've had to go back to printing. So, maybe? I was hoping for some World Eater stuff because I'm kind of maxed on my army for options and models. I think what were you waiting on World Eaters wise? I don't think anything new, are we? Are we waiting on anything new World Eaters wise? I can't remember if they announced anything. I mean, I always want more Middle-earth strategy battle game. That is true. That is very true. But you had Shelob. I'm excited to see you paint up Shelob, though, by the way. I saw that you build it, and it looked really cool. I'm excited to see Shelob being all built up. I do quite like this spearhead, and I haven't painted any cavalry in a long time. But I don't need any more models. I've got enough. I've got far too many. Just the Defiler and the Champions with their generics. Oh, that's true, yeah. In better news, Arcane Frogs came back into stock again. Way! Oh, Angron Transfigured, that was true. True. Because that took about almost a year to drop, didn't it? Because it was announced in February of last year. And then it didn't come out until like December, which was wild. That something had gone wrong with that mold, I reckon, again there. So, okie dokie. Right, well, that's the preview done. So I'm going to take a short BRB, as I normally do, before we dive in and do the showcase. So it gives you guys about 5 minutes to pop anything into the showcase if you want. Remember, as always, check the rules before you post. Kind of finish models only. Make sure it's Twitch appropriate for me to share and whack your stuff in. And then when we get back, we're going to dive in and do the showcase. But yeah, use this opportunity, grab a snack, grab a drink, all the stuff you need, and we will see you in a mo. Also have a stretch. I need to have a stretch. We'll see you in a sec. Alright, we are back, peoples. How you doing? Did you all get snacks? Did you all stretch your legs? Did you all do all the things that you could do? I'm sure hoping so. How are we all diddly doing? Dum. I've had a good old stretch, a little bit of a walkabout. I was like, I need to stretch. And then we are ready to dive into the Sunday showcase. If you guys haven't been here for one of these before, this is that moment we do every single Sunday after the GW announcements, where we show off what minis you have been working on, or general hobby projects. We don't discriminate, we love all hobby projects here. And we get to have a look and see what you guys are up to. We do this every Sunday. We have a very special one 2 weeks today, which is on the 1st of March, which is all about our painting palooza. So we currently have a painting competition on, where for you to paint up any model you like from any game system, as long as you use blue and white in a major way. That's what it is. That's what we're all about. And there's going to be a first, second, and third place prize, and it's all going to be chosen by you guys as the community during that stream. So yeah, watch the space for that very, very special showcase coming up in 2 weeks' time. And if you want to enter the competition, there is still plenty of time. ! Palooza in the chat gives you all the details about what the terms and conditions are for taking part. It's all a bit of fun, and it's just a great way to spread the charity colours that we're painting with the wider community. That's what it's all about. But right now, let's dive on in and see what you've all been getting up to. We are kicking off with Misfit, who has been working on some absolutely gorgeous... Well, it's a bit... Let me sort my image out. Gorgeous looking Tau Hammerheads right here. A very underrated model, I find. Like, the classic Tau Hammerhead is really, really good fun. Like, I feel like that giant railgun, but it doesn't see a lot of play because people prefer taking, like, the multiple shots of the missile launchers to have it as the Skyray. I feel like the classic railgun, just this one Titan slaying weapon, is just really cool aesthetic. And we've said this so many times about Misfits minis, is that we love seeing the classic Tau Okra. Ooh, which is so cool. Verity, I'm excited to finish my Palooza model. Do you have a whole mini now, Verity? Yep. It's there. It's a thing. I don't know what happened to the other leg. I lost a leg. I don't know where it went. It went somewhere, but it is all together now. Well, it's all in one location. I just reprinted the leg. I gave up. I was like, I don't know where it's gone. But yes, which is really funny. But yeah. Where's my brain at? Brady words. It was Legolas. Way. Oh, these are looking fantastic for me though, Misfit. These are looking gorgeous. Really like the fact that you've got these like poppy colours for all the lights. You've got the nice blue across the blue and red across like the Tau drones on the front and those lenses, but then the internal of the chassis is like that green glow, which I think looks really, really cool. The ochre colour is always really nice and smooth when you paint these up, which I think is not easy to do with any sort of yellow-based one. You know, it can come out really, really sort of like quite thick or clunky and a little bit streaky, but you smashed it on these. They look fantastic. On the classic, do they still come on those classic flying bases? Flying stands? I can't remember for the life of me what they would, the Tau Hammerheads. Do they still come on those flying stands? That's wild if they do. I didn't realise that they do. I thought they had like a different base now. Yeah, they still come on those. No ways. Solitaire coming in during the middle of the showcase, making me eat a bean when I'm talking about gorgeous, wonderful minis from the community. Outrageous. But alas, for charity I must comply. How are we doing, Solitaire? Thank you for the 75 stream streak. Da da. Da da. Come on, bean. Damn. That's a very ominous coloured bean. Don't know how I feel about this bean. Yeah, when you find it, you have to kit bash it into whatever you're working on. I feel like I need to. I don't know what happened to that leg. This is a very clear bean with a few spots on it, which means this is the one that we've not had much luck with. It is either dirty dishwater or birthday cake or stinky socks or tutti frutti. Now, I've had the dishwater one twice already. and I'm not sure if I'm going to end up having it again. So let's find out. I did a bad job of bringing myself in something to wash away the taste. So let's see how we do. Alley-up. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. What is that? Oh, I think it's stinky socks. Because it's not dishwater, but this is gross. Oh, hold on. No, I think it is dishwater. It just seems very mild compared to the normal ones I've had. Whoa. Yep, 7.5 on them. Whoa. That's not a good time. Whoa. That one tasted way milder, which took me ages to figure it out, which meant I had to keep chewing it to figure out what was going on. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah. But now it's like an after soapy taste. Okay, cool. It seems to have been. Not a fan. Not a fan. Hey, Paul, welcome on in. Better or worse than the Bounty? Better than the Bounty. The Bounty was terrible. In both texture and lack of flavour, that Bounty was... So yes, it was grim. Very grim. How are we doing, Paul? I hope you're doing well. And Quishy, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope we're all doing well. But yes, these are from Misfit, who's done a fantastic job of painting up these towels. We've got a couple of extra shots of them as well, zoomed in. Well, we've got a shot from the back here, which makes them look really, really sweet. Seeing all the extra detail they put in. The panel lining on that rear one at the back is fantastic. That is not easy to do. Like your towel models, when you paint them, they have got so many like recessed shades and areas that you need to panel line. So they look fantastic. Really, really lovely. Like, super clean on those areas. They look awesome. And then we have another shot here of the guy poking out the cockpit like, oh, hey, how are we doing? Ooh, have you smoothed off the lens and painted it on like it looks like a helmet out of, what was that video game? That had like the Hive or something? That had that kind of like style to it. I'm starting to 3D print some stuff for Flames of War Americans. That sounds cool. 3D printing is great fun. We got yeah. Oh man, that bean has left a weird taste in my mouth now. Yeah, 3D printing is awesome. We do so much over on the web store for 3D prints. It's always great to, although it just takes time sometimes just to clean up and things, but worth it. This is so cool. Like Ruiner, the lad with the screen helmet. I can't remember what it was. There was a game. He had like a yellow and black helmet. It was a shooter game. Haze, I was thinking of. Is it Haze where it had like that kind of like you could see like the lights through it, and it was like a smooth smashed helmet. It was really cool. For it, that's the one that my brain went to. That's a cool way of doing it though. That kind of like smooth helmet effect. I think it looks great. These look fantastic, Misfit. You should be super proud of these. And it's not easy to get that ochre colour as buttery smooth as it has. And it's nice to see Tau in that classic colour scheme. The ones that I remember seeing on the words are hard. The ones I remember seeing on the where's my brain doing it? The box arts way back when. Oh, partially influenced by Daft Punk. I like that. That definitely shows. It reminds me of Slade Wilson. Ooh, I can get that vibe. The whole Deathstroke vibe. I can get that vibe on there. That's very, very cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing, Misfit. I'm excited to see what is next for you. What have you got planned to working on next? More Tau? You said Fire Warriors at the minute, isn't it? So I'm excited to see those at some point soon. Next up we have Natman. This is more of Natman's werewolf Ursaraxes for their Heresy army. if you guys haven't been following Natman's latest project, this is a Mechanicum force where the Mechanicum are vampires and werewolves, is for the flesh part of this. So these are awesome. I love these. These are so nice. That armor is one of my favorite armors I've seen you paint, Natman. I keep saying about it because I love the fact it's just raw. Like, it looks like it's unpainted, kind of like bog standard, like Mechanicum, just going, we're not fussed about it looking pretty. Get it out in its armor. It will do the job. A sort of level. Like, it's just like there's no sort of like finite filigree work or anything like that, or like, you know, loads of like really lovely sort of, you know, like patterns across it. It's just, this is a factory, straight out of the factory, going out onto the battlefield, and I love that effect you've done for it. It's beautifully painted. I love the fact that here is the ones that we've seen versus the other Ursa-X's you've done. This one seems to be getting more and more like a grim. This one's got a lot more blood splatter across it. You can see the metal skeleton as they're coming out of it as well, which looks really, really cool. And your bases are fantastic. I love the bases that you've done for these. We look at the side shot here, you can see that kind of like real bloody mouth and that almost like Terminator style metal skull under there is wicked. Very cool. Very, very cool. This is so nice. And the Ursa-X's, they're really nice models. They look quite hefty. Like, are these on like 30 mils, 40 mil bases, the Ursa-X's? I have no idea how big they are. I'm very curious. Curious. And also, can we talk about this painter job on this claw right here? Check that out. That is razor sharp how you painted that. That's fantastic. That like part of the blade there, you can tell that these are just absolutely like factory fresh. This is the sharpest this blade will ever be vibe. That's so nice. It is on a 40mm base and about the size of an Ambot. No, that is large. That is hefty. Very cool. The thing that will always get me with Natman's kit bashes is that they look like models you should be able to buy. That is very true. Very, very true. I've got the tiny versions of these to do... Ooh, what, they must be on like 25mm bases, I imagine. These are so cool. Gosh darn, Natman, you amazing as usual. Hell yes, you are. These are awesome. Like, just the paint up is just phenomenal. Like, it's so smooth. Like, I keep saying it, and I kind of liken it to that when something does really well in like a painting competition, because it's not full of non-metallic metal, true metallic metal, or like all these like crazy sort of like gradient style techniques. When someone's just painted something technically perfect in that kind of heavy metal style, that's what you've done here, and this is just fantastic. It's lovely. It's so nice. How would you kit bash the rogue leg we have into it now? Oh, this is so nice. When I get skint enough, they are. You got a homage Natman on yours, Lewis. I've got a homage what somewhere on mine. Do a homage to Natman. On my, what would I do? I feel like, yeah, maybe that's the thing. Natman, I need to, when I do the Custodes, I need to have a dead one of these on the base of one of the characters. That's what I've got to do. I've got to try and paint it up. Oh, but yes. Oh yeah, and you have it. If you're not following Natman, there is exclamation mark Natman in the chat to go and check out how awesome they are. Their stuff is fantastic, absolutely sensational, and it is a scroll back. Check out every army Natman has done. They are phenomenal. And if you do want to see a full force of Natman's Gene Stealer cults stuff, Natman is illustrious enough to have had an entire Warhammer community article about them, their minis, which is always impressive. Can I find the link? We found it before. Where did I find it? I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. I will find the article on it. Where is it gone? Try to find out where's the article gone. Where is the article gone? There it is. There you go. That's it. That man's very own article. Ah, there you go. This converted gene stealer cult will have you join the revolution. That was the banner headline on it. Yeah, there we go. Now you see Natman's very own gene stealer cult army here. I remember that year because when you were talking about it, that you were like your goal was to get into White Dwarf, and then you got that, and you were like, "Well, that's even better." You were like beaming. It was so fun. You were just like, it was seriously impressive. I love it. Oh, these are gorgeous though. So what have you got next after the Ursurexes? Because obviously you've got this rare opportunity, as you were saying earlier, that you can kind of do multiple things at once. Rather than kind of like you buy, you kit bash, and then you work on the next thing. What's next plan for the army? I'd love to know. This is very cool. That armor though, is stunning. So nice. That's true. I remember Natman had to keep it a secret until the article dropped. Yes. I think of the Skitarii Pilgrim Ghouls next. I'm liking. Did any of the stuff from the Ossiarchs today tempt you to pick up and kit bash into this, or are you're doing just mainly werewolves and vampires, aren't you? I'm a big fan of the Chaos Andors. The Chaos Andors are very cool. I remember Natman was one of the first people I ever reached out to on Instagram. So before we did the showcase like this, when our community was just starting out, we used to do a showcase where I would message people on Instagram and say, look, I absolutely love your mini. Can I show it off on stream? And we'd show off their stuff on stream that way round. Eventually we got to the point now where we have a big enough community that we can generate our own showcases, which is really cool. But I remember Natman was one of the first people I messaged and reached out to, which was very cool. I'm going to do that cloaks wearing flayed skin while they're wearing... Ooh, that's cool. Ooh. This is so cool. These are fantastic, Natman. Absolutely brilliant. I can't wait to see the whole army together. And it seems like that Darth Max Matt is working out for you for these. Which is very cool. Very, very cute. Oh, all those beans and that bounty are not settled in my stomach. And then he never left. That was it. Got. He never left. He's in the cupboard. I roll him out every now and again. That room that you see him in on stream, that's just where I've trapped him. The max Darth backdrop took some getting used to. Too much light is a problem. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I feel like I've been trying to get better with my own photography at the minute. I'm finding actually useful things for taking photos for me, for backdrops, are my playmats for Magic, because they've got kind of a nice matte. They've got a really, this is very matte, and it's got a really nice design on it. But also the back side of it is just like a nice plain black. I've been enjoying using these as backdrops, I've been trying to get better at doing. I've got a list where at some point I want to go back through a load of stuff that I've previously photographed and do like a bit of a throwback, which would be good. Love these, absolutely love them. It's just so nice. I need more. I need more of these, Natman. More. Had a bit of a snooze. How's it been? It's been good. It's been very, very good. Yeah, we are just doing our Sunday showcase where we show off people's projects that they've finished this week or finished recently. So we're just doing that at the moment. We show off what people have been getting up to, which is good fun. How are you doing? Are you feeling better after your nap? Yeah, Lewis has me in a Buffalo Bill. It puts the lotion in the basket type situation. Every time, and the requirement is he has to post something in the showcase every week. That's what it is. And next up we have Anubis, who they are sharing a bit of Skaven. Love some Skaven. Love a bit of Skaven in here. So Anubis is sharing the Skaven model, and they have said, I started painting back in October 2024. I didn't paint a single thing in 2025, and I've just started again this month. Ooh. And this is fair play. This is your first thing that you dove back in and painted this month. This is good. I like this a lot. Really good. I can see you've purple hearted this, so we'll go for some more. Why did the blurps keep like cutting out quite early? This is really, really nice. I like this a lot. So first off, I just want to really compliment you on the skin. The skin tone on this is wonderful. Blue and purple skin tone isn't sometimes the easiest thing to do, but you've done a really good job of working on this here, where you've got this lovely, like, kind of pale, almost like dead skin blue. And then using the purple wash to add into the recess areas, really, really nice to see. Like, you can see it around the nose, you've got this little purple colour. I love that. I feel like keep working on these skills. Like, this level of like brush control here, you're already got some fantastic basics on here really well. The same goes for the cloak as well. You can see here that you've got the cloak that you've added in these like layers. You've done your base, your shadow, and your base, your mid-tone, and your highlight on it, which works really, really well. This looks fantastic. Same here, you've got, and the little bits of feathering work you've done here just to add kind of like a little bit of a kind of like aged and sort of batteredness to the leather. Fantastic. Really, really, really nice. I like what you've done with the base. A lot of Nurgle's rot on there, which looks really cool. I like what you've done with that. And then let's have a look at the back shot of this one. On here. Bah, bah, bah. Ooh, getting into stippling and sponging as well. Ooh, the bright purple tail is interesting. I didn't spot that there before on the front image. Oh, it's just hidden in there, isn't it, at the back? It's a bright purple tail. That's really, really vibrant. And the purple and green, really great colours. Purple, green, and yellow. These all go really, really well together. Really nice. Like what you've done here with the armour. Really, really well placed. Kind of like little pots where you can see it's going back down to the metal. Like this a lot. And yellow is tricky. Yellow is one of those colours where I think people find they have the most difficulty with yellows, whites, and reds. I feel those are the colours people like struggle with a lot. And you've done really nice yellow on this. Really, really lovely. Like what you've done. I think you've got a good amount of chipped into this side of it. And I think you could almost make the chipping into the front panel a little bit more prominent. Because on the back it's so in your face. It looks fantastic. And it's like your eyes are drawn to it straight away. But from the front, like a little bit more would be quite nice on that one, but this looks great so far. Absolutely brilliant. Like I'm struggling. You've asked for like the purple heart for the feedback. I'm really struggling to find areas on this. I'm doing tiny I'm like nitpicking personal choice bits here. Really like what you've done with the weapon. I think for the weapon, I would for me personally. I would have kind of slightly changed the colour of the axe, the colour of the hellbed. I think the bit you've got here, the little bit you've got here with the really heavy rusting, is blending in with the hellbed a little bit, the end of the spear. I feel like I would have loved to have seen like a slight differential here to stop this kind of blending together. So maybe something like using, say, maybe the same silver you've done on the horn over here for this part, or using that silver on the horn maybe for the actual blade itself, and keeping this kind of like very rusted and a little beaten up. I feel like they just blend a bit too much together there. But again, I am really nitpicking here, and that because you've asked for feedback. That's why I'm really, really nitpicking on this one and that one. But that would be my only takeaways for it. I think it looks fantastic. You've got great bases here for techniques. You're already going into like stippling and damage. You've got lovely, lovely techniques here on the skin. That skin tone is phenomenally good. Really, really nice. But otherwise, that's the only thing I could think of here. And it might just be it's the photo. It might actually be when you see this in person, they are completely different. for it. But that's the only thing I could think of for you. But a fantastic paint. This is really good, Anubis. If this is you starting in October and painting for what, 2 months in October to December, and then you didn't do anything last year, and you coming back to it, the trajectory you're on is one I'm really excited to see what happens. Because this is really lovely, really wonderfully lovely painted. And I've got a big soft spot for Skaven as well. They look fantastic, really, really, really nice. I hope that helps in some way for it. And like I said, that's me being really nitpicky because you've asked for some feedback on it. It looks really, really cool. I feel like I'm wondering. Now I can't really think of anything else. You've got great detail on the wood grain. It looks great. Really, really nice. I just can't get over how nice that skin tone is. That's a really nice blue skin tone. That's so nice. I appreciate it. The handle was copper into silver, but probably did too much rust on the blade. It's so easy to do that. I've done that myself so many times. Too much rust or too much oxidization onto a blade or something, and you kind of lose it for a little bit there, don't you? That happens all the time. It looks really, really cool. And a great color palette. Like I said, you've almost got, like I said, yellow, green, and purple. They go really well together. I mean, it's the classic. It's the Joker, right? It's the classic colors that go really well. These are lovely. I'm excited to see more. I can't wait to see the rest of the squad. This is really, really nice. And thank you for sharing, Anubis. And if you haven't painted in over a year and you feel comfortable to share here, that means a lot. So thank you so much. And yeah, I hope that helps. I'm excited to see what you do next. Really excited because this looks so cool. And besides, more Skaven. I'm always up for seeing more Skaven. More. It's been too long since I last did a fancy kit bash. I mean, you still got 2 weeks left of the painting palooza. I'm just saying. It helps a lot, thank you. I've got another 24 Skaven. Yes! That's rookie numbers. You got to pump up them Skaven. It needs to be a swarm of Skaven, right? There's the whole entire Vermintide. Oh, I'm trying to do them all different skin. Wow, that's a big task, but great for practicing, isn't it? Because it's like, that's one of the things, isn't it? When you're painting up the same thing over and over again, you can kind of like hone in and refine the detail and be like, cool, I found this recipe, it's going to work. But rats themselves, when you look at them all together, they have different furs, they have different like skins of their noses and things. I think that's a great idea. It's a big task, but it's going to be cool. Really cool. There's no such thing as too much rust. Or the rust. I found like my go-to rust at the minute is the Dirty Down rust. It's an alcohol-based one though, so you've got to really shake it and then use it kind of like... It's a bit of an odd one. You've almost got to use a hairdryer to heat the model first where you're going to put it. Or you heat this and you put this in like kind of warm water out the tap and let it warm up, give it a really good shake, do it again. It's great stuff. It's really, really nice. I've not tried the Dirty Down Ruster, but the Verdigris. I've got the Verdigris, the Moss, and the standard Rust, the original one they did. I do really like them. I find it's just they're getting the heat balance right is a tricky one. How are we doing, Mecha, as well? I hope you're doing good. That's what I used, but I didn't warm it. I've done the same thing. When I first used it, I didn't realize you had to warm it. So it says on the bottle, shake the pot so the ball bearing is rattling around. Dries rust color 1 to 5 minutes for it, and then it says it says instructions: the pot and the surface must be warm to the touch, which is I completely ignored that when I read it. I completely ignored it. And the first few models I used it on, I didn't rate it. I was like, this is so dark. What's going on? Why is this bad? The moment you see the difference, if I show you the difference, what have I got? Have I got something I rusted? I'm trying to have a look. What have I got that I rusted differently? Trying to find something. Give me a sec. How can I not find anything? typically I can't find something. Now I've talked about rusting it, I can't find it. But yeah, one of the verdigris still needs warming. It works fine cold. It says, according to the instructions, the pot and the surface must be warm to the touch. So, I used it on the boarding actions terrain, but I completely forgot to do much more with it. So, but yeah, I found out I got myself like a goo ramekin, you know, like the goo cheesecakes, the little glass one. I filled that with like hot water out the tap, like not boiling water, just hot water, and then popped the pot in it, just for about, you know, kind of like a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes, up to 5 minutes, and then gave the pot a really good shake, and then did it again. And then I found the best result was afterwards was when the model I was putting it on, I used a hairdryer, just a cheap hairdryer. I think it was like a £5 one from Argos. Just blasted that onto the model until it felt like unusually warm, and then went straight onto it. And I found like the effect was miles different to what I'd put on the model originally when it was cold. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. Now I need to find that hairdryer before I use it again because I don't know where it is. So it's a lot of prep work, but it's worth it, I think, for it. Oh well, cold it has a nice, very dark and light coverage, which is like, yeah, that's kind of it. It does. Yeah, I think you can almost use it for 2 different variants. I think if you want a much more brighter rust, do the warm thing. If you're looking for a dark rust, do it cold. I think you can use it for both. It's the same with the moss. The warmer it is, the brighter the green. I added progressive layers as the mini cooled after leaving it on a heater for a minute. Yeah, I feel like you need like a little heater. I feel like one of those like heaters, you know, when you walk under a door, you just hold it there for a minute, like it works. Oh, but yeah. Anyway, this is awesome though, Anubis. I'm so excited to see what you do next, and having a whole squad of 24 of them in different skin tones, that's going to be so cool. That's going to be so nice to see. But yeah, I'm excited to see what you do next. Next up, we have it's from Heed, and it's a Lamenter. The Lamenters are the Lamenters. They're the unluckiest faction in the entirety of 40k, right? They are sadly the unluckiest ones. But, you know, they're very cool. They've got a funky paint scheme, haven't they? They've got a real funky paint scheme. This was a 3-hour paint along that he did for Crystal Stream, and it looks fantastic. Really, really nice. Those checkerboards are really cool, Heed. That's really nice checkerboards. I'm gonna go to the next image because I want to show off the checkerboard and like the free-handed heart Lamenter symbol. That is not easy to do, and they look great. The fact that you smash this out in under 3 hours is incredibly impressive. Very impressive. It's very, very cool. I like these a lot. These look great. And the Lamenters, they don't get enough love out there, so they're so cool. If you guys don't know the lore of the Lamenters, they're a Blood Angel successor chapter, and they are one of the few Blood Angels that have managed to beat the Red Thirst / Black Rage. They've managed to do it, but as a result, whatever they did to do it has made them incredibly unlucky. They always seem to make the wrong decisions. They always suffer massively heavy casualties in any battle they fight in, and they've had a lot of bad luck along the way. But they still turn up to the fight, and they still do what they do. It's always very satisfying to kind of, you know, see these painted up. Those iconic checkerboard shoulder pads are the same thing as felled many a hobby painter. I feel like everybody's like, when it comes to checks, and the Lamenter army, yellow and checkerboard, it's an ultimate challenge, I feel. And these look fantastic. And drilled out the little barrels as well, which is nice to see. Little like, is that the new barrels of the Terminators? Look great. I put the checks off until the end. I put the most complicated bit off at the end. It's fair. I've been there. But these look fantastic. I love this. Really, I like the fact you've got like a lot of nice texture across that yellow. Again, it kind of matches and works really well with how like unlucky they are. They look like they've been in a proper war zone with that like battle damaged yellow. It looks really cool. But this looks great. So the question I have for you, Heed, is do you end up when you do one of these challenges, do you ever, like, do you just go, that's it, it's on the shelf, I did that for 3 hours? Or were you ever tempted to kind of go back in and add other bits that you didn't get done? I know when I did our 60-minute paint for the salamander that we did, every time I look at it, I want to go back to it, but I make sure I don't, because I'm like, no, it was a 60-minute challenge for a reason. And I want you to know, do you suffer from the same, like, I must do more to it, than like I do? It was originally a Deathwing Terminator, so I had a lot of scraping to do. Wow, fair play. No, I do the 3 hours and then I'll stop. You have far more self-control than I do. I keep staring at that salamander and I'm just like, I want to do more. I want to do more. I've stopped. I've resisted. I've not done anything to it, but there's a lot of temptation there. It's like, whoo. There's so much temptation. I'm like, must do. Oh. But this is looking fantastic. And there's no purple on this. Are you okay, Heed? There's no purple. You didn't paint purple. Is everything okay? Like, you're normally guaranteed to see some lovely purple on here for you. But this is wonderful. I still can't get over how fantastic the freehand heart is. Looks really cool. The Power Claw cables are. Wait, are they? Did I see purple on there? Wait, I didn't even spot that. You had to get some purple in. I didn't even spot that. Fair play. You gotta sneak in a bit of purple where you can, right? Love it. Absolutely love this. Ooh. Is this a one-off, or are you tempted to do some Lamenters? The lack of purple confused me. It's like, wait a second. Where is all that purpley stuff gone? Excuse me. Whew. Oh. Looks awesome. Absolutely awesome, Heed. Looking fantastic. Dum dum dum. Oh. I'm just staring in and out. I'm just like, more minis. Oh. Next up, we have, taking a deviation from doing some minis, we have Sith, who's showing some self-love and self-care this week by building a whole Lego set. It is the Pixar lamp. I have seen this on the shelf and been very tempted to purchase it. A lovely bit of Lego work right here. This is so cool. This is so cool. Does it like move and flex, or is it kind of fixed once it's on there? We do love a bit of Lego. I have a Lego set that I want to do on stream, but I haven't done it, but I'm very tempted. It's very, very cool. I wanted it for ages and thought, why not? Why not indeed? Oh, looks so nice. It flexes and it rotates. That's awesome. Fair play. That is seriously impressive, the fact that flexes and rotates. This is so fun. And I'm glad you've taken some time doing a little bit of chill and self-care. That's always a really important thing to do. And you've got loads of little Easter eggs. So there was like, that's the Pizza Planet truck, isn't it? Does that just sit inside it somewhere? Is that like just like a little hidden bit? So you got the Pizza Planet truck, and then the other ones you had, was it the where are we at? Pizza Planet, and then you've got these. What are these? Is it like color palettes from certain? So you've got Buzz and Woody. Is it like Buzz and Woody? I don't know what the other color palettes are. Like Zerg? Trying to think. That's in the bulb. That's so cool. Oh, okay. So it's Mike and Sully, Buzz and Woody. Who are these down here? Is that? No, there's no. I was thinking maybe. Ah, Ratatouille and Linguini. Okay, okay. And then this one? I can't. It's not clicking for me who it would be. Carl and Russell from. Oh yeah, because I've not seen Up. That would be why I don't know what that one is. Let's cue the outrage in the chat. What? That's what it's gonna be. But yeah, I've not seen Up, sadly. It's on my list of ones to watch. I just haven't watched it. So yeah, these are great. I love the Easter eggs they put into the set. It's so cool, and they go inside the ball. What? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Like the frog driving the T-Rex skeleton. Oh, I love that they put those little Easter eggs in. I am very excited because they've announced that there's going to be a load of Ocarina of Time Lego stuff, and I'm really tempted to grab that and do some work on that. I'm very, very excited. I have a load of Lego sets that I've not built. Would you guys ever want to do a Lego building stream? Let me know. Let me know if you want to see me do a Lego building stream, and you guys can build your Lego sets at the same time. Kind of intrigued to know if you'd be up for doing that. I've never done one on stream before, but it could be fun. It could be very, very fun. I've got some fun Lego sets, both official and non-official. I really wanted to get the Dark Millennium Falcon with the Darth Jar Jar, but I never managed to pick it up. But yeah, I'm like, ooh. Oh. This is so cool. Now I just want more Lego. I just want more Lego now. I've got a few small sets and I've got some big ones. But do you guys see about the giant Minas Tirith set that's coming out? Which is going to be like nuts. I think they've, was it, it's going to be something like the largest Lego set, like 8,000 plus pieces. It's going to be huge, isn't it? It's going to be massive. I think they said something it's going to be like one of the biggest Lego sets they've ever made. So yesterday was a weird day for me, but I'd lost some weight, so I thought I'd treat myself. That's fair. Treat yourself. Hells to the yes. Good for you. Yeah, and good call. Get yourself a treat. Hell yes. I hope it was alright, an alright day. Or, what is the biggest Lego set? I think currently one of the biggest Lego sets is either the Death Star or like the giant Millennium Falcon, I think, is one of the biggest Lego sets. But I think they are doing a Minas Tirith, which will be the new biggest Lego set. I've seen the rumours for that one. I'm not sure. Let me check. Biggest Lego set. The biggest Lego set is... Let's have a look. Okay, no. So the largest Lego set ever made by piece count is the Lego Art World map. Featured 11,695 pieces. Wow. Then you got the Lego Eiffel Tower and then the Titanic. Oh, well, I was way off. The Lego Millennium Falcon's number 5. So it's the other ones are bigger. Whoa, this is huge. Just looking at the Lego art map. It's now a retired product. Sadly, this is the Lego world map. Anyone hasn't seen it. This was 11,695 pieces. Which is wild. It's a wall piece that has loads of different colours and arts. So it goes on the wall like that. World map. That's huge. No wonder that's so many pieces. Track your travels with the push pins so you can say where you've been somewhere. That's very cool. That's massive. Apparently that's the one with the most pieces. It's a crazy amount of Lego. I think it's the excavator. Maybe that's the tallest. What's the list I have found? The list I found was apparently the tallest one is the Lego Eiffel Tower. 10,001 pieces, which is 5 foot tall. That's insane. And it's still available to order now. That's massive! Why is it 10,001? Like, why is it 10,001 pieces? But the excavator, I think, is in the top 5 tallest. So I think you were close. Look at that thing! That's massive. It'd be the flag on the top. That's exactly it, isn't it? It's going to be, that's the one piece. This thing is huge. There you go. That's massive. It's huge. That's crazy. That's massive. Yeah, that's huge. Oh, and it's got little bits that go. Oh, that's so cool. That's very cool. I got distracted by Lego. Okay. Oh, but Sith, this is lovely, and I'd love to see more Lego. If anyone here wants to share what Lego builds they've got, fire them over into the showcases. They're good fun. Next up, we have Azur-chan. Back onto the minis hype, and Azur-chan has been working on 2 projects. The first is Old World Dwarfs. Ooh. Bit of love for these Old World Dwarves right here. That's like the most impressive tactical rock, right? That's like a tactical podium. Not even just tactical rock. That's like tactical podium. Looks fantastic. Looks awesome. I'm loving that. Love the colour of the stone you've done on here. Dry brush perfectly. Adding loads of really nice, lovely texture. The little pockets of snow are really nice on this as well. I'm loving that. Ooh. This is gorgeous, Azur-chan. Absolutely gorgeous. Like the armour and everything for it as well. I know you love your dwarfs. And this is done spectacularly. Really, really like this. Classic model as well. Classic pose, just very sort of everything's kind of like together like. Hello. The giant blunderbuss. He looks like, you know what this reminds me of? Do you remember the opening cinematic for the original World of Warcraft? Where it had that like dwarf kind of stood on the snowy mountains and he had his like blunderbuss gun with him. It kind of reminds me of that, but he's leveled up and he's got himself some really cool artificer armor and some really great like gear. It takes me back to that specific dwarf. I think it's very cool. Just really, really nice. The gold on it's fantastic. Really lovely on this Azur-chan. Does look awesome. And then the other one you've been working on, where, hey, a Master of Possessions. Now that they're finally... Wait, are these now finally available separately? Because this guy was trapped behind a box for ages there. It wasn't out, was it? So it took ages for this to appear. This is nice. I love the nameplates across the bottom. They're always really nice when you add them to a base. I think they're great. I am loving the Master of Possessions here. I assume this is going in your... why is my brain completely falling over? Is this a new Chaos Force? He looks Black Legion-y. Have you been doing Black Legion? What have I missed here? What have I missed? I feel like I had in my head you were doing World Eaters or Word Bearers. Or am I misremembering? I may be misremembering. I'm sorry. But I like this a lot. The flames are very cool. Lots of red and purples on here. Just contrasting against that black really, really well. Kind of looks like he wouldn't look out of place in the original Dark Angels colours with that red and black. Looks really, really nice. Me likey this a lot. Looking fantastic, Azur-chan. I'm excited to see what you're going to be getting up to next. This looks awesome. I have to admit, big soft spot for this dwarf though. Just the texture across the model and all the metallics and like the almost like the cast iron sort of style in the blunderbuss is done fantastically. Just looks awesome. Absolutely awesome. Show me more. More. I want to see more. Love it. Love it. That's exactly what it is. I want to see. Yeah, I'm excited to see when you start getting onto the war machines for these, because they're very cool things, which is very cool. Next up, carrying on with the outside of the minis hobbies today, we have Newbie, who has said this is not mini painting, but I put an entire server rack together today using where we are. With some 3D printing shelf brackets and an IKEA lac table. You gotta love a lac table from IKEA. They're what, a $5? And you can get so much done with them. This is very cool. At a glance, it looks like a slight smoke coming out of the gun because of the green tinge behind it. I like that. This is very, very cool. And showing like all the great stuff you can do with some 3D prints and some brackets. All the way down here. Setting yourself up a server rack. What do you need such a big server for? I mean, I don't know, should I be worried? Alright, this is very cool. I've seen some great things with IKEA lac tables as well. I like the ones, have you seen the ones where people turn them into, terrariums for, like for plants and stuff? I always like those, they look great. And I've seen the ones where people, they buy like 2 of them and they like put them together and swap their legs and stuff around. They're really versatile. The lac tables, and a bargain price, aren't they? Absolute bargain for a $5. Well, 5 or 10 quid, depending on where. I think they're always like a $5 whenever I see them. And it's like resisting the urge to go, well, I might as well get one. I never have had an exact purpose for them. I don't, but it's a hobby. That's fair. That's fair. Very cool. I do like the tables. There's some great things you can do with them. And I think they stack as well really well, don't they? They're surprisingly sturdy for what they are. Interesting. I'm hyped to see if with your lac tables and your 3D prints, what would you do next? What are you going to get up to next? I have a stockpile of lac tables as they were used for my 3D printers, and one was an enclosure. Ooh, that's cool. So you just like gotta repurpose them somehow. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with them. Well, at least you're not lacking for tables. There you go. Oh, love it, love it. Oh. Okay, I'm there, yeah. I'll have words with you later for that pun, don't you worry. I'll move on quickly, I promise. Top server has 3D printed drive mounts as well. Nice. Hells to the yes. Love that. Next up, we have Hut Armories, who has done a recent commission for a belt. So, made out of leather, I'm assuming? This looks like a really cool embossed leather belt. My brain also went to, ooh, you've got one of the Sunlu dryer filament ones in there. Ooh. This is very nice. The detailing on this is fantastic. I love the colour as well. This is very cool. Excuse me. I always find it incredibly impressive when anyone can do like embossing or like leather work, because like the skill required is phenomenal. This is so nice. I have no idea what it's for, but it looks lovely. I'm assuming some sort of like LARPing or some sort of cosplay or whatever. It looks really, really lovely. That's stunning. It's massive as well. It's huge. Absolutely huge. That's so cool. I feel like I feel like I'm struggling with what to say because this is just so beyond my field of expertise. I'm like, yep, looks really cool. That's about all I've got for you. But it looks amazing. It looks so cool. Like I said, the detail on it is bonkers. That's so cool. And even the stitching's done really, really well. That's so cool. It's so cool. Very skilled work. I feel like I'm like I want to talk about how awesome it is, but I don't know the skills. It's just very, very pretty, very lovely. Really, really nice. Love it. Absolutely love this. Geez, my coffee's wearing off now. Love it. Next up, we have Slendy McSpendy, who has finished off their latest corrupted Adeptus Sororitas. Dun dun dun! Here we go. Oh, I'm loving this. Ooh, Kitbash with the snake ladies, the Medusae from Daughters of Cain. Ooh, I like this. It's like a little baby Fulgrim. Oh, I love the addition of like the heart, just holding the ripped out heart of whoever they've just murdered. That's very cool. This is the heart of someone who is not pure. It's like, you did not... This is an extreme, like, zealot of, like, you don't worship the Emperor, I worship the Emperor, give me your heart. Kalima style. This is very cool. Someone called her a Timu Fulgrim, and now I can't unsee. It's not even a Timu Fulgrim, it's just a baby Fulgrim, isn't it? I like this a lot. Really, really nice. Did the base of the model attach well to the torso? Yeah, it looks like it's gone on pretty well. It looks like it was a fairly clean fit. But I love the pink armor you've done for this as well, and the leather effect on the gauntleted hand on the plasma pistol is really nice. No, it didn't go on well. No, was there a lot of like cutting and shaping to get it all into place? I feel like it's going to be tricky if that's the case. But you made it work. It's really cool. Is that the wings on the back? Is that from the Zephyrim backpacks? The flying ones? That's really nice. Is this the start of an army, or are you just experimenting in kit bashing? I remember I couldn't remember what you were saying the other week when I asked that question. The pink armor is gorgeous. Love the fact that you've got it clashing with the blue of like the snake as well, just to make it look a little bit more like this shouldn't go together. The cloth in the front had to be cut off and put back on. A fair bit of green stuff as well. It's come out really well though. It looks great. Really nice. Just proper sort of like... I feel like someone was whispering in the ear of this Adeptus Sororitas going like, do it, rip out the heart, prove it, prove your loyalty to the Emperor. And it's just Slanesh going, bet I can make this person rip out someone's heart. The wings are from the cherub thing from the Sister Battle box. Ah, there we go. A nice addition though, adds onto the back. And I like the fact you've got the sword across the back as well, which is very cool. Kind of like at any moment it's just going to be firing the plasma pistol, it overheats, throws it, reaches behind, draws out the sword, and is like, rah! Very cool. This is really nice. I'm hyped to see what you do next with this, down this train of thought for corrupted Adeptus Sororitas. They look very, very cool. Was that a yawn or a sneeze? I thought I was going to sneeze. No, almost my body went, no, you're going to yawn. That's very cool. I always forget to look at the Daughters of Cain for kind of like kit bash ideas. They've got some nice models. I have another one in the works and plans for a few more. Nice. Nice. Because they've got some great models, they do. I remember before the Daughters of Cain had them, I think that the only way you could do it was grabbing one of the Siths or the Sylphs from Drukhari. They were the only like ones that had like a snaky tail. Now that you got the Daughters of Cain, that's just fantastic. I was surprised that they didn't do a Slaneshi kind of like Emperor's Children fast attack with like snake bodies, but I suppose it's only Fulgrim who's been elevated to that snake body style, isn't it? That's kind of like the idea behind it, I guess. Well, it looks brilliant. I'm loving this. I can't wait to see more. I can't wait to see what you do next. And next up we have a first-time sharer into the... Oh, big stretch. A first-time sharer into the Sunday Showcase. And we have right here... Ooh, I'm way zoomed out because I forgot I zoomed out for that one. There we go. And we're back. There we go. I had to zoom in and out. Ooh, we have some World Eaters Jackals. World Eaters Jackals in here. These are nice. Oh, I like the basing style on that with a little tiny, the little bit of grass tuft. No, they're not jackals. Sorry, they're not jackals. They're the other ones, aren't they? They're the newer ones, the ones with the robot legs. Gore something or other. Goremongers? Goremonger? What do we got? Goremonger. It is Goremongers. Thank you. Yes, I was thinking. My brain went to jackals, and I was like, wait a second. It's because they were more humanoidy. I was like, These are very cool. And you have Purple Hearted requesting some feedback on these. I will do my best to help for it. These look great though. I like these a lot. I like the words for it. I like the fact that you've gone really heavy on the blood across the weapons. It's almost like it's stained into the metal rather than kind of like just fresh blood splatter. It looks like it's been there for a long time. It's just kind of, they never clean off the weapons. They just let them get bloodier and bloodier, which is very cool. You're way harder than the jackals, that's fair. I think they look great. Yes, oops. Zoom in a bit more. These look really cool. I haven't really seen these kits in use. They look cool. The whole like robotic legs. They're giving me Darth Maul from Clone Wars vibes. You know, he gets like the legs from Mother Townsend. Kind of those sort of vibes with the double knees. Which is really, really nice. They look great. I feel like the only thing I can think of here, and I suppose I'm not sure what the effect you're going for is, I feel like the only a little bit of feedback I can give here is whatever you're using for the skin tone, whether it's like a contrast or a speed paint or a wash, just I'd say slightly thin it down, just because it's quite thick on some arms and not so thick on the others. For it, like you can see this one over here, which looks really nice. You can see the muscle definition, whereas this one it's a bit thicker. I'd say don't be afraid to kind of thin those down, wait for it to perfectly dry, and then decide if you need a second coat of the thin side of it. It will give you a little bit more variety between the skin tones, between the units as well. But I feel that's like the only thing I can think of feedback-wise. Like, they're really well done. You've got a good amount of blood on here. The basing is really nice. The metal and the weapons have got really good effects across them. I think, yeah, maybe just that's the only thing I can think of. But again, that might be the effect you're going for, so that's what I'm kind of thinking on there. The law was that they saw the blood letters, so they swapped legs to emulate them. Whoa. That's so grim, isn't it? That's so grim. Like, give me the legs. So I made the variation. I went for the Bone King look, so they were like bathed in blood, but I'm not sure if that's translated. Oh, okay, I can get that vibe. I feel like they've got a good amount of blood on them, like especially across the weapons. The fact it's going down the arm on this guy here, which is over here, which is really cool. Like, that's freshly just hacked in and pulled out, and they're just like the blood's then just gone, which I think is really cool. But no, yeah, I think no, like I said, the only bits of feedback I can think of there feedback wise is just that. Don't be afraid to thin down whatever like contrast or speed paint or wash you're using to get the skin tones. And maybe pop in a slight bit of because that will help them with a bit of differential between like the masks where they're kind of looking kind of like it's one color. But if that's the effect you're going for, then you've definitely achieved it. But that's the only thing I can think of. There's so many lovely bits of detail on these models, and like the guy here at the back, you've done a great job of having like the skull mask, the straps, and all the different materials on this looking fantastic. I'd love to translate that across to these faces as well. But otherwise, I love them. I think they're great. Really, really nice. I haven't done much with World Eaters. The only thing I've done with my World Eaters, the World Eaters is I've been kit bashing them into Tau, which has been really fun. Really fun to do. I've been enjoying doing that. So that's why I've been kit bashing with them. I'll show you them actually. I'll show you where are we at? These are my World Eater Taus, where they've been kit bashed with jackals, which has been really fun. It's the only World Eaters I've done with them. So yeah, their lore being that like their planet was besieged by orcs. The Tower Ethereals decided it wasn't worth the resources to save the planet, and just before they were about to get like eliminated, a bunch of World Eaters landed on the planet, killed all the orcs, and left. They just didn't even bother with the Tau. So they started adopting World Eater strategies. So they're not beholden to Khorne. They've just picked up weapons left over from the World Eaters and have just gone, oh, okay, we'll give it a go. Which has been kind of fun to do. I need to get back to doing these, actually. I haven't done much more with them in a while. I've only got the 4 painted up. And I've got the rest are all kit bashed over here that I need to do the rest with. Oh, that's the one with the drone. That's the guy who was running the banner bearer. So I wanted the banner bearer to look kind of pretty cool. So I was like, gotta make it Towish, right? Is that the logic? But I was the old World Eater Spearhead, which used to have, what was it, 10 Jackals and 20 Khorne Berserkers or whatever for it. So I was like, ooh. Oh, what a lovely way to wrap up the showcase. Smashed that. That was awesome. No, thank you. But it's been really, really good fun. Where are we at to... Excuse me. Oh, let me cough it away here. Where are we at, though? But I think that is probably a good time, I think, then, to wrap up stream, I think. We had an absolutely belter of a stream. We got loads done today. And smashed our £500 goal as well for the charity fundraising. It's good. We got loads of work done on this. We finished off all the gums. We started painting in the skin tones for the goblins. Finished off the lips on here. I maybe want to push them slightly more brighter green. We're getting through. So the next plan is we've got the chains and the teeth and these little bits. As soon as they're done, we can start putting in all the black lining. So we're smashing it. Super Weasel's like, wait, my daily bean. But yeah, I think for now we should probably raid off and spread a little bit of love. Where shall we go? Where should we go spread some love to? Let's go have a nosy. See if I can return a raid. That's always a good thing to see if I can do first. Can I return the raido? Dim dim. Bean for the road. No, Super Weasel, why would you do that? Lie. Where did I put the beans? Making me do a bean for the road. Outrageous. Let's give it a shake. Oh god. You know what? I'm going to take the blue one. You can go away. I had one of you earlier. You were gross. What's the blue one? The blue one is either toothpaste or berry blue. Feel I take it. We haven't had a blue one yet, so I'll take the blue one. Yep. Oh, it's toothpaste. Oh, now why is that so minty? Oh, that's eye-wateringly mentally. Woo! That's like chewing on like a mouthful of Listerine. It's almost like tongue-numbingly. Woo! Oh, yeah. That's wild. Oh, that's wild, that is. Yeah. That's great. Okay. Now that shifts the ratio then. We're on 8 to 5 now. 8 bad ones, 5 good ones. Whoa. It's like, it's not a bad flavour, it's just strong. It's just much strong. Ooh. There. Yeah, that was just strong. Right there. Right, let us raid off and see where we're going to raid to. There is somebody we could return a raid to, but they're on BRB. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to return. Oh no, but they've been on their BRB a little while. So we might have to wait and raid them back another time. Which is fine. It means we can raid them back another time, which is all good. That's just so like... So let us raid off then instead, and let us raid to. Where are you recommending to us, Twitch? Where are you recommending? And where are we at? Well, I had beans left over from my 12 hours. I took them up to work in a plain jar and labelled it for people to help themselves. I'm so evil. That is evil. Taking them into work and be like, hey, how we doing? Hi. I love that. I love that. Oh, that's brilliant. Excuse me. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that. Where we go? Where are we going? Anyway, so where's my brain? Sorry, my brain was like, right, where are we raiding off to? Let us go and spread some love. We've got a choice of plenty of people, but let's go and spread the love over to. Where are we at? Where are we going over to? Where are we going over to? So many choices, so many choices. And shall we go over and raid? Oh, somebody we haven't raided in a little while. Well, let me just check the other person hasn't come back from their BRB. One second. Trying to wait and see if this person's come back from their burb or not. Are they still on their burb? They're still on their burb. They've been on that burb for a while. You know what? We're going to raid into it. If they're on their BRB, they'll see it when they come back. So let's go return a raid. We're going to go and return a raid to the lovely Greenport Studios, who raided us on Friday. Just as an FYI, whilst we are a family-friendly adjacent stream, they are not. They have put on there that they are not family-friendly adjacent. So, just as a heads up for anybody who's coming over with us. So let's raid on over and say hello to Greenport Studios. They raided us on Friday, so the opportunity to return the raid is fantastic. But otherwise, folks, thank you all so much. It has been a wonderful, delightful stream. We have raised another massive amount for charity, which is fantastic. And a huge thank you as well to Cozy Witch for that raid earlier on, and to everybody who has restubbed and dropped bits, and to the anonymous person who donated £80 to charity. That is crazy. We had to eat a whole bounty on stream. It was terrible. I don't ever want to do it again. But there we go. But for now, let us raid over and spread some love over to Greenport Studios. We're back next week as per normal. And remember, as always from me, stay safe, stay positive, and above all, be an ambassador for your hobby. And good night, everybody. We will catch you all next week. Have a wonderful time. Bye-bye. Good night, everybody. I'm gonna go get all this. God darn it! Coconut out of my teeth.